Chucky came running up on you, you'd probably be able to punt him across the street like nothing. He depends on sneak attacks because he's little and weak. He's got no shot one-on-one. Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees, you're not gonna win that fight. Hiding is your best bet, and even then, it's a long shot. Ghostface is just a normal person in a costume. Leatherface is a strong moron who you could hopefully outsmart. Do you see what I'm getting at here? Many of the icons of horror have a weakness, and if they don't have a weakness, they probably have something that you can exploit in your attempt to stay alive. Whether it's just hiding from them or getting in a car and driving away, there's usually something. But there's one icon I haven't mentioned, and I haven't mentioned them because there is no escape. There is nothing you can do to avoid the long, razor-sharp grasp of Freddy Krueger. We're not talking about a normal man. This isn't a lumbering oaf of a killer who you can outsmart or outmaneuver, because Freddy comes for you in your dreams. Try as we might to keep our eyes open, our bodies require rest. Go ahead, slam a pot of coffee, pop an energy drink or pill of some kind. It's only gonna take you so far. Sleep is inevitable, meaning Freddy Krueger is inescapable. Across this series of videos, we're not gonna focus solely on the Springwood Slasher himself, though. We'll dive into the character, of course, chronicling his evolution from his 1984 debut up to his most recent starring appearance in the 2010 remake, but I'll be digging into the films themselves even further. Who wrote them? Who directed them? When exactly did they fall off, both at the box office and in quality? What sort of difficulties arose during production? Just how close did A Nightmare on Elm Street come to not even existing in the first place? And much, much more. If you've seen some of my other series, whether it's the history of Halloween or the history of Friday the 13th, which are 5.5 hours long and 4.5 hours long, respectively, you know what you're getting yourself into here. Today we're focusing specifically on the first movie, but just know right now, because in the past there have been some viewers who were very unhappy about the way that I talked about some of the Halloween movies or some of the Friday the 13th movies. Some of the Nightmare on Elm Street movies suck too. It is what it is, it's okay. Some of them are garbage. Critique is not only normal, it's not only human nature, it's not even bad. I've used this line before, but my videos are not commercials. I don't own Freddy Krueger, and I'm not trying to sell him to you. When these movies are great, and trust me, some of them are great, I'm gonna put them over to the moon. And when these movies are bad, and trust me, some of these movies are bad, I'm gonna bury them, and that's okay. Being a fan means taking the good with the bad and being able to recognize which is which. Both are perfectly fine, and we're all gonna be okay, I promise. Whether we're jumping up and down over the franchise's highlights or face-palming over its lowlights, we're doing the same thing either way. We're celebrating a series we love, spending hours at a time combing over its finest details. So without further ado, I say thank you for being here today for the history of A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 1. After the break, we'll get down to business. Every video here on 616 Entertainment is made possible by my supporters over on Patreon. If you enjoy the show here today, consider signing up. You'll get early access, exclusive videos, and podcasts and more. Pro Wrestling Tees has the shirts, and you can buy my book, Triangle X Squared Circle, the Wrestling Video Game Compendium, at the link in the description. As always, thank you very much for watching. Now let's get to it. Freddy Krueger and his film franchise, A Nightmare on Elm Street, were created after a child spotted a strange, menacing man staring into his bedroom window, a malevolent expression plastered across his face. This child's name was Wesley Earl Craven. Yeah, the iconic horror director. And this is only one piece of the puzzle, too. The series' legendary villain, Freddy Krueger, his appearance would be heavily based on what this strange window-peering man was wearing, that being a long coat and a felt hat. The long coat would take a while to come into play, but it would come into play, nonetheless. The concept of dying in your dreams at the hand of something unknown, that was a separate story. Also a true story, though. Decades after the Weird Guy incident, Craven read a handful of articles surrounding a group of refugees who, after fleeing the genocidal conditions of their home countries, reached the United States and refused to sleep. Why? Nobody really knows. One could assume they were suffering from horrible nightmares. I mean, look at the situation they just escaped from. But the specifics of the situation were scant. Eventually, these men did sleep, and in no time flat, they died. What killed them? Nobody really knows. To this day, nobody knows. And yes, I am serious. This is a true story. Craven grew obsessed with these stories. How did these men die? What was it about falling asleep that killed them? What was it about the very idea of falling asleep that shook them to their core in the first place? Wes Craven, the sick and twisted creative that he was, couldn't help but run these ideas through his head, cooking up a potential answer to the question. What exactly were all of these people running from? And this is where we'll transition into the story of the film, A Nightmare on Elm Street. This is where we'll get into the meat of the matter, because that's what you want to do, right? Yeah, let's run through the story, and then we'll circle back to behind-the-scenes notes and production notes, where Freddy came from, and all that sort of stuff. How's that sound? Trapped inside some sort of factory, Tina desperately searches for a way out. This place is dark, it's wet, and somewhere in the shadows, a predator lurks. Luckily for Tina, it was all a dream, though the damage is done. In time, all of Tina's friends realize that they are dreaming about the exact same person. A scarred, disfigured man with knives on his fingers. While Nancy sleeps, the walls contort over her bed, the man seemingly trying to bleed into our real world. This man is Fred Krueger, or he was Fred Krueger. Years ago, Krueger was charged with the murders of 20 children. He was caught and convicted, but was freed when it came out that the initial search warrant on his property was mishandled. The neighborhood parents, unable to accept the fact that the man who took their babies away was getting off scot-free, they took matters into their own hands, burning Krueger alive inside the very building where he'd claimed the lives of his victims. Yes, I'm telling the story out of order, and I'm doing it for two reasons. Number one, you've already seen the movie. You don't need me to reveal to you what it is that Freddy Krueger did. You already know what Freddy Krueger did. And number two, doing it this way means it's not going to take 20 minutes to get through the plot. And that sounds good to me. How about it? Tina's nightmares continue, this time under much more direct, aggressive, and bizarre circumstances. Her stalker isn't hiding in the depths of a factory anymore. He's wide out in the open.
Please, God.
This is God.
These dreams seem to be crafted, at least in part, by Freddy Krueger. He slices his own fingers off simply to disgust Tina, which he seems to find very amusing. This is torture. This is Freddy's brand of torture. At any moment he could strike, but where's the fun in that? In the real world, Tina's body convulses, an unseen force controlling her every move, and before long, she's dead. Tina's friends do their best to explain to the police what the hell happened, but how do you make sense of this? Obviously, the cops assume Rod did it, so he's on the run, which doesn't last long. An exhausted Nancy is visited in school by Tina in one of the most chilling sequences in horror history. Following the trail of blood, Nancy is led deeper and deeper into the very factory Tina was dreaming in the beginning. Great. And he's here, by the way. Freddy's here. And this goes on, really, for the rest of the movie. Freddy continues to wreak havoc on Nancy and her friends when they least expect it. Gotta be safe in the bathtub, right? Not even close. Nancy's boyfriend Glenn agrees to watch her while she sleeps. Why? Because she's gonna go into the dream and search for Freddy. The balls on this girl, man. Holy shit. And as you might imagine, this turns out to be a huge mistake. Outdoor stairs offer looks through indoor windows directly over Rod's jail cell. Freddy walks right through the bars, and Tina's animated corpse, ravaged by reptiles and insects, calls from beyond. Freddy knows Nancy is in his house, and he's putting on a show. The stairs turn to mush. If it weren't for the alarm clock, Nancy would be gone. Glenn fucked up. He fell asleep. I mean, we should have known he was asleep right here.
Glenn?
Yeah, so?
Unhappy that he didn't get Nancy, Freddy sets his sights on Rod. Another one down. When these nightmares won't let up, Nancy's mom admits that she was one of the parents who killed Freddy years ago. Her alcoholism isn't just a quirky personality trait. She's struggling to cope with what she's done. How's Glenn doing with all this? Well, he's staying awake, right? Nope. Out cold across the street with headphones plugged into a stereo and a television resting on his dick and balls. Who sleeps like this? This is ridiculous. Look at this situation. And he'll never be able to explain this situation because... That's one of the best of all time, man. Come on. Distraught, Nancy concocts a plan. She's gonna pull Freddy into the real world where her dad can arrest him once and for all. And she's not joking. Monster or not, she knows she can't take a grown man in a one-on-one fight. She's a high school girl, so she rigs the whole house with traps. It's hard to tell when exactly some of these dreams start, but when the stairs in Nancy's house lead directly into the factory we visited multiple times now, the situation becomes quite clear. In this factory, which appears to be Freddy's lair, this seems to be where he lives in whatever realm this is, Nancy finds trophies of Freddy's conquests, pieces of her friends' lives, stolen by the Springwood Slasher. Speak of the devil! When Nancy dives over the balcony and lands in her front yard, God, is this beautiful. Dreams are weird like this, aren't they? And it works. Nancy has pulled Freddy out of the dream and into our real world. There's only one problem. They are locked in the house together and her dad is not here yet. Within seconds, though, Freddy is embarrassed, totally thrown off by Nancy's traps. This isn't his house anymore. He's not in control anymore, this motherfucker. Now who's helpless? As if he hasn't burned enough. Jesus Christ. Nancy's dad finally arrives, but he's too late. Freddy kills Nancy's mom, claiming one last life before retreating back to the realm from which he came. I have no explanation for this visual, by the way. I find this quite bizarre, to be honest with you. And that's where we leave things, right? No. He's still here. But now, Nancy gets it. Freddy feeds on fear. None of this is real. They're still in the dream, and Nancy is demanding the lives of her friends and family be restored. And in the blink of an eye, they are. She cracked the code. Or did she?
I'm not doing it! What's going on with the window?
Okay, so multiple things. Yes, the mom getting pulled through the window is laughably terrible. My friends and I always thought this looked like shit. Even when we were kids, even when we found the rest of the movie scary, we thought this one specific part was just awful. And how this was able to make it into the final cut, I will never know. But that aside, many questions remain. The movie purposely plays with us. Sometimes we can't really tell we're in a dream until they beat us over the head with something ridiculous, like Tina walking around in a body bag. Other times it's more subtle, like Freddy coming through the wall. This isn't real life, right? Because whose perspective would this be from? I don't know, it's hard to say. But at the end, the traps, Nancy's dad coming to help, Nancy's mom getting killed and returning, and the car. What the hell is going on here? Which part is a dream and which parts are real? When did the dream start? Is it all a dream? Is Nancy still in the dream? Did she die in there? We don't know. And for a while, that's where this story ended. And it wasn't supposed to end like this. This is actually something that director Wes Craven and producer Robert Shaye argued over like cats and dogs, and I mean, let's just talk about it. The endings. There were like 5 endings shot for this movie. Nancy taking her fear back from Freddy and rendering him powerless was the original closer. That was it. Everything after was tacked on, and I mean, that's why it all feels extremely confusing and disjointed. In one of the endings, the kids drive away just fine with the mom getting pulled through the window. In another, the kids drive away just fine. Mom is fine, but the jump roping little girls are present, still indicative that something is wrong. In one of the endings, Freddy is driving the car and it's just awkward because there's no shot of the kids reacting to him. Another area of argument, surprisingly, was the goopy stairs, which I find very funny. Wes Craven did not like this spot at all. It was Robert Shaye's idea, and this came from a nightmare that he had in real life. Wes was like, it's stupid, we don't need that. And Shaye was like, it's a good goddamn idea. And at the end of the day, Wes Craven was like, I mean, you did fund the majority of this film with your own money, so fuck it, we'll do it. But you have to direct it. And that's a true story on all fronts. Robert Shaye is in the running for MVP of this picture. No, he didn't write it, he didn't direct it, but he was largely responsible for getting the cash together to get this thing done. Wes Craven shopped this script around for 3 years. Companies like Disney and Paramount read the script and were like, yeah, dude, I don't think so. And Robert Shaye's New Line Cinema were the company to finally say, you know what? Let's give it a whirl. Why not? And this all came at a time that Wes Craven had described himself as penniless, and his career on the back of Deadly Blessing and Swamp Thing was not exactly on the upswing. And Craven being broke at the time, he wasn't the only one. Robert Shaye has told the story of taking a speaking gig at a college with the topic being how to fund your indie film. He was up there speaking with authority on this subject to these would-be filmmakers, while in the back of his head he knew he couldn't even secure funding for his own picture. New Line Cinema was not a gigantic distribution company. They were pretty indie at this juncture, and they were putting everything they had into getting Nightmare done. If this thing had bombed at the box office, New Line could have easily gone up in smoke. Up in smoke. That's what happened to Freddy, right? When the parents, when they burned him. Look, I'm just trying to transition into talking about Freddy as a character. Okay, can we just do that? Did you ever notice Freddy doesn't have stripes on the sleeves of his sweater in this first movie? This is the only time that's true. In all of the other movies, it's fully striped. But here, no sir. This shirt is often referred to as a Christmas sweater, but that was not the intention. As a matter of fact, Freddy's original design was red and yellow, not red and green. Maybe Robert Englund was like, red and yellow doesn't work for me, brother. No, what really happened was writer-director Wes Craven came across a study about how the human eye interprets color, and that red and green are polar opposites, the two harshest colors the human eye can perceive at the same time. Craven liked the idea of Freddy's very shirt being hard to look at, so fuck it. Make it red and green. And the razor glove, that was not the original concept either. For quite a while, Freddy was imagined to be carrying around a sickle. But again, Wes Craven got to thinking. He was looking for something that would tap into the most primal of human fears. At the dawn of recorded human history, what were we doing? We were trying to not get torn to pieces by goddamn saber-toothed tigers and bears and dinosaurs and shit. Freddy's knife fingers, or whatever the hell you want to call them, that's what they are. They're like the elongated claws of a deadly predator. I love that the opening credits show Freddy creating the glove in his abandoned, rundown building. He takes a sick pleasure in every facet of its development, too, like the sicko he is. There's been a lot of conversation over the years over what type of sicko Freddy Krueger is. Exactly. I mean, he's always a serial killer, that never really changes. But there's been talk that he doesn't just kill his victims, but he uses and rapes them as well. Now, it's kind of ridiculous that I can't even say those words on YouTube because, I mean, these are real things that happen in real life. They're terrible, but the rules are the rules and I have to play by them. Let's just say Freddy Krueger would probably be on the client list, right? You know what I'm talking about. And here's the thing. Those who are under the impression that he's a diddler, there are times where you are not wrong. In later sequels, it is alluded to that he engages in those activities with his victims. It's worth noting as well, initially, in the writing stages of the first film, Freddy was going to be that kind of guy. But then there were a whole bunch of real-life situations where this sort of thing was running rampant, and Wes Craven eventually went, yeah, you know what? I don't think we need this. And he cut it from the character and the film. Look, I feel like fiction is fiction. When crafting a villain, when creating a bad guy, applying terrible, awful, horrible behaviors to them strengthens them as a bad guy. On the other side of the coin, I'm never going to look at a piece of fiction and say, you know what, I wish that guy was a so I don't have much of an argument here. I mean, to be fully honest, I wish they never took the toothpaste out of the tube on this thing because now it's all anybody ever thinks about with Freddy Krueger. I mean, look, I have several Freddy Krueger t-shirts. I have one of them right here. This shirt is awesome. And when I bought this shirt, my girlfriend was like, oh, you got a shirt. And she's kind of not wrong. And I just have to be like, look, I don't like that part of it, okay? Robert Englund even landed the role of Fred Krueger because he didn't come to his audition trying to look big and strong and intimidating. He'd gotten the inside track that Freddy was supposed to be this specific sort of creep, so he used cigarette ash to darken under his eyes, and he wiped oil off the dipstick of his car and used it to slick and dirty his hair, and he purposely played the audition super slimy, like, you know, like that specific sort of abuser tends to be. And he nailed it. This totally pulled Wes Craven away from his original concept of having a big, jacked up stuntman villain like Michael Myers or Jason Voorhees. He went instead for a talking, active bad guy played by a respected and talented actor. And I think that really sets Freddy apart from the other icons of the genre. Freddy's look, that is, the look of his face, was designed by David Miller. The burns and scarring on Freddy was modeled after very real burn victims, but the part where Freddy slashes himself and green mucus and maggots pour out of his body, that was all just David Miller's doing. There was a plan at one point for Freddy to be even more fucked up, with areas of his skull exposed, his lips burnt away to the point that his teeth would be visible, but they did not wind up going that route. I didn't know this before getting deep into my research for this series, but David Miller's body of work also includes The Terminator, Batman and Robin, and goddamn Thriller. Holy shit. The arm stretching across the entire alley is a very disturbing visual, and this was achieved by having two dudes stand on either side of the street with fishing poles. Fantastic. The famous scene where Rod is hanged in the jail cell. The bedsheet was already wrapped around his neck and they just gently uncurled it. And playing the footage in reverse makes it look like it's tightening up rather than coming loose and coming off. That's old school movie magic, man. And there are very few things that give me the level of satisfaction that old school movie magic does. And I know a lot of you Nightmare hardcores know this stuff already. Of course you do. But not everybody watching this is an established hardcore fan. We gotta share our knowledge, you know? That's a good thing. There's a rumor that it wasn't always Robert Englund in the hat and glove, either. That an actor by the name of David Warner was cast first. And maybe you've seen some of Warner's stuff. The Omen, Turtles 2, Time Bandits, Titanic. He would even go on to work with Wes Craven later in Scream 2. But the rumor is that he had to drop out of the Freddy Krueger role due to timing and scheduling conflicts. Here's Warner as Freddy Krueger in a makeup test before he wound up bowing out. Right? No, actually. Despite the aforementioned David Miller, our FX guy on this picture, stating that Warner was the original guy, this is not true. You'd think if he, of all people, said it, then it must be true, but something does not quite add up. David Warner himself has stated that he is completely unaware of the idea that he was once eyed for Freddy, let alone cast in the role. New Line's Robert Shea has denied this claim, and even Wes Craven, who loved Warner and eventually did work with him, has stated that no, David Warner was never in line for Freddy Krueger in any way. So there you go. There is a long-standing rumor that we can put to rest. On the casting front, though, we should hit a few of the names, don't you think? We've already been talking about Robert Englund as Freddy Krueger. He's the one character and actor we'll be talking about in literally every movie across this series. Yes, even the reboot, because we'll have to do some comparison. But we're not even close to being ready for that yet. Relax. Who will be back later? How about Nancy Thompson, our main character here in the original film? Heather Langenkamp, up to this point in 1984, had an acting resume that really did not have that much on it. Like, almost nothing. So Nightmare was really her coming out party. On the opposite end of that spectrum would be John Saxon, who plays Lieutenant Donald Thompson, Nancy's dad. John Saxon was well known, well respected. We're talking about Bruce Lee's co-star in Enter the Dragon. This man told Bruce Lee, nah, I got him. And he whooped Bolo's ass one-on-one, okay? Saxon had worked previously under Dario Argento, Roger Corman, David Cronenberg, and more. This was a legend. Not yet a legend was Johnny Depp, making his acting debut here in this picture as Glenn, Nancy's boyfriend. Many know him for his portrayal of Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean films, which are great for sure, but I would point you to Sweeney Todd, Ed Wood, Secret Window, Donnie Brasco, Fear and Loathing, and many more. He's one of my favorite actors, what can I say? Secret Window specifically is super underrated. Check it out next time you got a minute. The role of Glenn was nearly filled by Charlie Sheen at one point, but obviously this never came together. Who went with Johnny Depp to his Nightmare audition? None other than Jackie Earle Haley, who would go on to play Freddy himself in the 2010 reboot. Another long-standing rumor is that Jackie Earle Haley was actually auditioning for the Glenn role himself, and that Johnny Depp was just tagging along with Jackie and he wound up landing the role. This has been debunked by Jackie Earle Haley himself, so that's another one we can put to rest. Probably the two most famous kills here in the original film are Tina and Glenn, both of which use the same set to create their dramatic visuals. How the hell was Tina moving up the walls and laying on the ceiling? How the hell did they get the blood to shoot so forcefully upward? Well, they didn't. Tina isn't on the ceiling, she's on the floor, because this set was lifted off the ground and spun 360 degrees. This blood isn't shooting upward, it's pouring downward, as the set is upside down. See the sheets dangling sideways and the blood running strangely across the wall? Yeah, all of that blood had collected in one spot and broke the rig. The set was leaning so heavily in one direction that all of the blood started pouring all over the floor. Being a relatively low-budget film, a budget that was struggling to be met as financiers were constantly pulling out, this huge mess was a huge problem. How do you clean all this up? They had the teenage son of one of the crew members stay overnight in the studio and literally mop it up himself for a few bucks. Amazing. What I also find amazing is the shot where Freddy's coming through the wall. It feels like he's trying to slip into our world, undetected, held in place just barely by the bounds of reality. Now, it's widely known that this effect cost about $3 to pull off, as that's literally just a stuntman in costume pushing into a carefully lit, stretched out piece of spandex. The reason this shot is amazing isn't just because it's simple and cheap, but because of how it feels. I don't know about you guys, but I dream very vividly almost every night, and I wake up most mornings remembering huge pieces of those dreams. The thing about this shot is that I have felt this before. I have woken up and was 100% sure that there was a guy standing there and that I was looking right at him. It happens pretty often, and I'm not talking about when I was a kid. This still happens to me today, and it's very uncomfortable. Now, I'm not claiming to be haunted. I'm not saying that there's an actual person in my room. The more logical explanation is that I'm not fully awake when this occurs, and that my imagination and my eyes are playing tricks on me. I understand that. But in those moments where I'm looking at someone in front of me, someone I don't know, someone who doesn't belong here, while I am extremely vulnerable, yeah, that's a pretty frightening position to be in. And that's what this shot is to me. It's the feeling of someone being where they don't belong. I would call this the scariest part of the movie, maybe of the entire series, and there's not a drop of blood to be found or a decibel of a scream to be heard. Have you ever seen the infamous old internet post, "Have you ever dreamed this man?" This all turned out to be a hoax, of course. But this very concept is eerie. I remember seeing this when I was a stupid little teenager, and I was like, I don't like this. Don't show me this. I don't like this. It felt like Freddy attempting to enter our world. It felt like the man in my room. I don't like it. When I was a kid, my fears were strange. They were not the same as everybody else's, I guess. I wasn't then, nor am I now, afraid of heights or snakes or spiders or anything like that. And even the icons like Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees, and Chucky, they never really got to me. I mean, I should mention, I thought the scariest part of Halloween was the image of Dr. Loomis and Marion Chambers pulling up to Smith's Grove in the pitch black thunderstorm, and the patients are just roaming the yard freely. I find this image quite disturbing. And I mean, I have another one that's a little hard to explain. You know how when you lay down at night, you can like hear and feel your own pulse in your ear? Not everybody can do this, but some people can, and I can. When I was like 4 years old, I was too young to realize that what I was hearing and what I was feeling was my heartbeat. I thought there was a woman who lived underneath the floor of my bedroom, and I thought the bum, bum, bum. I thought that sound was her feet on the staircase leading up from the darkness to a trapdoor in my floor. And every night I would try as hard as I could to fall asleep before she got all the way up to the top of the staircase, opened the door, and would take me down into whatever that was down there. Now, who was this woman? I don't have the slightest idea. I don't have like a set, clear image in my head of what she even looked like, but I can tell you she was not a monster. She was just a lady. At my age now, maybe I would have stayed up and waited for her to open the door and been like, how you doing? You know what I'm saying? But seriously, I couldn't explain what this was. Who she was, where she was coming from, what was down there, what she wanted to do with me if she brought me down there. I have absolutely no idea. But all of this was very real to me. And sometimes I would kind of freak out, like wondering how I was supposed to explain this to somebody if I ever had to. And I can still kind of picture that nondescript, vague form of her right now, lifting my head off the bed and seeing her in the middle of the floor, the trapdoor open, looking at me, inviting me down. I was afraid of this scenario. So I can relate to, not only Nancy and Glenn and Tina, I can relate to Wes Craven. I saw something. I saw someone in the vulnerability of sleep. I still hear my pulse in my ears at night, and I still picture her coming up the stairs. I probably will, forever. And that's just something that I gotta deal with. If you've been around my channel for a while, if you've watched the history of Halloween, you know that I am a huge fan of that franchise. Huge Michael Myers mark, guilty as charged. But there's one thing that A Nightmare on Elm Street does that Halloween doesn't. Laurie Strode is an icon. We all know it. We all love Laurie Strode. Please leave Laurie alone now, though, forever. I'm talking to the owners of the Halloween IP here. Leave Laurie alone. Let her rest. But in looking at the first Halloween, Laurie makes it through to the end. She survives the onslaught of Michael Myers. She's smart enough to get the hell out of Dodge when the situation calls for it, and she's cunning enough to actually physically stop Michael on several occasions. What we don't get from Laurie, though, is any sort of character growth. She's a smart girl. It's arguably her brains that keep her alive throughout the night. Nancy Thompson is similar in that she is also smart. She cooks up the plan to go into the dream and pull Freddy out. She concocts the idea for Glenn to watch her while she does this, a sort of spotter in the event that things go sideways. Nancy is no dummy, but she's also not without personal growth. I mean, look at it. When the film begins, Nancy's a kid. She's a teenager in high school, right? Her priorities are her grades and her social life. Her parents are divorced. She doesn't have anyone to really lean on when times get tough because her dad's always on the job and her mom is an alcoholic mess. Nancy's independence was built out of necessity. She's contending with these barely present parents across the whole story. But by the end of the movie, heading into the final confrontation with Freddy, Nancy's taken on the role of mother in this house. She's tucking her mom into bed, quite literally, taking her bottle away and telling her that everything's gonna be alright tomorrow. We don't get anything like this from Laurie Strode, nothing even near this level of character growth, and there are several reasons as to why it works out like this. For one thing, Halloween takes place inside of just one day on the calendar. I mean, you know which one, right? There's simply not as much time to watch Laurie learn and grow throughout, so that's an easy out. And another factor is Wes Craven himself. The self-described son of a widow, Craven grew up in a very matriarchal family. His dad died when he was really, really young. Watching his mom step up and take care of business, to be his main example of what adults do and how they have to operate to get the job done, she set the tone of what a hero looked like to her son. And the funnier version of this comes into play with Wes Craven's own daughters watching his film Swamp Thing, and they were extremely annoyed that the women were falling down as they ran away from the monster. Like, Dad, this is bullshit. The girls look stupid. Craven took this advice and those pieces of his childhood to heart, and I think the lessons he learned, clearly, show themselves through Nancy Thompson. Characters, at the end of the day, are extremely important. Who knew, right? If we don't care about the people involved, why would we care about the situation that they're in? Now, A Nightmare on Elm Street is not going to retain this as time goes on, not to this level at least. We've got some garbage waiting for us down the line, don't worry. But here in the original, Nancy Thompson is an iconic horror heroine. And Freddy is an iconic horror villain. This was a match made in hell. These two were set to wage war through the ages, right? I mean, sure, in some ways. Definitely not in A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, which didn't include Nancy Thompson, Heather Langenkamp, or Wes Craven in any way whatsoever, but later on, sure, they'd all meet again. We'll start to get to the sequels next time. Today, we close with the lasting legacy of the original Nightmare. Releasing on November 9th, 1984, on a budget of just over $1 million, A Nightmare on Elm Street would go on to gross over $57 million at the worldwide box office. I don't know if you're a film insider or if you're caught up on any of the lingo, but generally, a return like this is often considered a hit. Freddy may or may not have defeated Nancy at the end of the movie, but there are two people he did defeat, and in dominant fashion. Those two people were Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees. Freddy Krueger may have been the fresh face amongst established characters, and, well, hold on, I don't know if I would call him fresh-faced. But then again, Jason was no prize. Michael Myers was burnt to a crisp, and then somehow he wound up looking fine. Look, the point is this. There was a new champion in town. This film revitalized the career of Wes Craven, taking him from respected filmmaker to immortal icon. This film gave New Line Cinema new life, re-establishing the company as the house that Freddy built. A Nightmare on Elm Street had taken the horror world by storm. And luckily for fans of Freddy Krueger, there were plenty more bad dreams where this came from. In 1984, the landscape of horror changed forever. Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees, both on the fourth installments in their ongoing franchises, continued their blood-soaked brawl over the King of the Slashers World Championship. Unaware that this one-on-one contest was about to transform into a triple threat match. I mean, they were probably also unaware that this newcomer was about to dominate the both of them at the box office, taking the belt home for himself. Wes Craven had seemingly struck gold with the Heather Langenkamp, John Saxon, and Robert Englund trio in A Nightmare on Elm Street, though he wasn't the only one seeing dollar signs. Distributor New Line Cinema, and more notably New Line's CEO, Robert Shea, were ecstatic. After years of producing movies for everyone else for what was sometimes a nice little return, sometimes a total flop, now they had a hit that they owned themselves. A Nightmare sequel was a no-brainer to New Line, but unfortunately, it was a no-go for Wes Craven. And Heather Langenkamp, and John Saxon, and at first, even Robert Englund. A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge, is known for a great many things. Some call this the worst film in the franchise, which is ridiculous. Others label it as simply too big of a departure from the original. Others say this is the gayest movie ever made. And I don't say that in an immature, insulting way. I mean it quite literally. This movie is extremely homoerotic. And that is something that the star of this film has blamed for not only ruining his career, but in some ways, his life. Today we'll cut deep into the flesh of A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, before slicing down to the bone with A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors. I'm not trying to get ahead of myself here, but you know how I teased that the series' original heroine, Nancy Thompson herself, was missing from the sequel? Nightmare 3 marked the return of Freddy's true nemesis. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Hold your horses. Welcome to the history of A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, Freddy's Revenge and Dream Warriors. So where the hell did we leave off in the old tales of the Springwood Slasher? Last time out, we covered his big debut where he may or may not have killed literally everyone in the movie. And I say may or may not because, well, it's not really clear what did or didn't happen. We're led to believe Nancy's still dreaming at the end, but we don't know if she ever wakes up or if Freddy gets her while the credits are rolling. And that's the movie universe, right? Storyline-wise, we don't really know what's what. But in the real world, we do. Whether Nancy Thompson as a character is alive or dead wasn't really relevant to the reality of the situation, which is that Heather Langenkamp was never even approached about returning for Nightmare 2. There were no tumultuous negotiations revolving around pay, there were no hang-ups about creative decisions, nothing. New Line Cinema may have assumed they would need to pay her more this time out, and that could be why they never made as much as a phone call, but either way, Heather Langenkamp wasn't going to be factored into Freddy's Revenge, which is the subtitle of the film. Freddy's Revenge. Now, if he's getting revenge, I would assume that means he was wronged or defeated at the end of the prior film. And if we think about the end of the prior film, I'm pretty sure Freddy got the last laugh. I would chalk that up as a W, no? And seeing as though Nancy and her dad, forget about everybody else, we're just going to focus on Nancy and her dad, they're not in this movie, so who is Freddy getting revenge on? Look, if your enemy slashes your tires, you're going to want revenge on your enemy. You're not going to go knock on your neighbor's door and beat his ass because he has nothing to do with your tires. The motivations and machinations of A Nightmare on Elm Street 2 are a bit blurry. There's no doubt about that. And there's no mystery about why that is, either. The first film was written and directed by Wes Craven, who we've already noted did not return for the sequel over a lack of interest, money disputes, so on and so forth. He was also being courted to direct Superman 4 at this time, believe it or not, though that did not wind up coming together. With Wes Craven out, David Chaskin would pen the script, with Jack Sholder taking the reins as director. In the initial conversations, Wes Craven did read David Chaskin's script, which he did not particularly like at all, labeling it as quite inferior to the original. Chaskin liked the concept of Freddy Krueger taking a back seat, opting instead to use a human avatar to carry out his bidding. Now, if you just heard this and you're thinking, that's not really what Freddy Krueger does, though, you're not alone in thinking that, but here's the thing. Writer David Chaskin was not really interested in doing more of what Wes Craven had already done. He wanted to do his own thing. Maybe you're wondering why the director, Jack Sholder, didn't rearrange things a bit to be more like the original. Jack Sholder didn't really like the original Nightmare on Elm Street. He stated in the Never Sleep Again documentary that he felt no compunction to follow the template of the original. And yeah, that much is obvious. So we've got a new writer, a new director, new stars, and even a new Freddy. Well, we almost had a new Freddy. A non-Robert Englund Freddy scene did make the final cut as well, and it could not possibly stand out more. Here's the deal, to keep it short. New Line Cinema didn't really give a shit about getting Robert Englund to return to the role, figuring he would be too expensive. You know how these studios are. They want to spend as little as possible and make as much as possible. In their mind, the name of the movie and the name of the killer was good enough. It didn't matter who played him. To his credit, it was director Jack Sholder who stood up and said, "Hey, I'm literally not even going to finish this picture without Robert. Doing it with anyone else is going to be wrong." So the phone calls and contract moves were made. Robert Englund was back in the striped sweater and razor glove once again. And Robert Shea should be ashamed of himself for even considering trying to move forward without the genuine article. And with a little bit of groundwork set regarding the production itself, and the fact that we introduced Freddy Krueger in part 1 of this series, and we've kind of already gone over what it is that he does, I feel like we're making pretty goddamn good time here, and that should continue. Let's get to it. We kick things off on the way to school. Remember high school? Man, I'm getting old. Hey, you recognize that guy? On the way to school, the ride gets a little bumpy. Now, who could possibly be crazy enough to torture these kids like this? Oh, come on now, you know exactly who it is. The earth splits, the bus hangs precariously over a deadly crevice as the Springwood Slasher closes in on his vulnerable prey. Just as Freddy strikes, our stars wake up. It was only a dream. This is Jesse, our main man. What the hell's he having these nightmares for? Oh, I don't know. It might have something to do with the fact that he and his family just recently moved into the house where Nancy Thompson lived. Damn, bitch, you live like this? The following night, Jesse has another run-in with the burnt villain from his nightmares, though this time, it's not some crazy bus ride from hell situation. It seems to be real. The man is in his house.
Daddy can't help you now. We got special work to do here, you and me.
Interrupting really quick to say that you may notice Freddy Krueger looks a bit different here in the sequel. That is because makeup and FX man David Miller did not return from the original. Taking over this time would be Kevin Yeager. If you frequent this channel, you may remember me talking about Kevin Yeager quite a bit on my show Scream Sequence last year, as this was the guy who gave us Chucky. You know I've covered the first 4 Child's Play movies on this channel, right? Amongst the changes made to Krueger's overall design would be his now fiery eyes. Pair these irises with the killer's now pointed nose and raised brow, and you've got what Yeager referred to as the male witch look for the Springwood Slasher. Just a personal opinion here, I love the way Freddy looks in Nightmare 2. God damn do I think he looks freaky here. Alright, back to the story. Jesse's got a little thing going with this cutie at school, Lisa, and when she comes over to help him clean his pigsty of a bedroom, they come across a diary, and it's all fun and games until Jesse realizes that this girl was Nancy Thompson, and she's writing about the same man who's haunting Jesse. That night, things heat up, quite literally. For the second night in a row, Jesse feels the urge to go down into the basement, where he is once again confronted by Freddy, who this time leaves his trademark glove behind, attempting to force it on to our hero. Where Freddy's revenge deviates from the established lore most is in its insistence that Freddy can manipulate and enter the real world seemingly whenever he wants, rather than needing dreams to carry out his torture. I mean, look at it. The family birds are possessed. One kills the other with the surviving bird not only attacking the entire family, but exploding for literally no reason. Everyone sees this happen. In no way is this a dream. At one point, the toaster bursts into flames as well, with Jesse's dad even noting that it wasn't even plugged in. One night, Jesse gets out of bed and walks into what is quite clearly a gay bar. There, he runs into the abusive gym coach who has been breathing down the necks of Jesse and his buddy Grady throughout the entire film. The coach brings Jesse back to school, forcing him to run laps and work up a sweat before ordering him into the shower. What exactly is about to go down here? There's no time to answer that before the coach is assaulted by balls. An invisible force ties him up, strips him naked, and whips his wet, naked ass with a towel until it bleeds. Freddy deals the killing blow, and then it's revealed that Mr. Krueger actually isn't here at all. But Jesse is. The coach was definitely gonna fuck Jesse here in the locker room, right? I mean, yeah, obviously. And I would say Freddy actually did Jesse a bit of a favor here, though it does undercut the evil of the main villain when the teachers at school are trying to students, wouldn't you say? Jesse is brought home by the police, and the coach is legitimately dead, meaning, yeah, that wasn't a dream. That all happened in real life. Not really how the established nightmare formula worked, right? But I guess one thing that we should make note of is that this is only the second movie. At the time, it's not like they were going against 20 years of established lore. Freddy had only been on screen once. I think it's fair to put Nightmare 2 in the same category as, like, Castlevania 2 or Zelda 2. The reason those entries from those franchises stick out so much is because the further sequels return to the form of the original. But I digress. Things continue to get weirder and weirder at home, and Lisa leads Jesse to the power plant where Fred Krueger used to work. This, apparently, is where he brought all of his victims. No progress is made here, but that night, Jesse creeps upstairs, coming dangerously close to harming his little sister. The next day at the big party, Jesse and Lisa take their relationship to the next level, until Freddy ruins the moment. Again, these things are happening in real life. The supernatural element has entirely left the dream world, and it walks among us. This is not how things were in the original. After running out on Lisa, Jesse comes to Grady, begging for his help. Shortly after, Freddy scratches and claws his way out of Jesse's body and murders Grady right there in the bedroom. After the deed is done, Freddy leaves Jesse holding the proverbial gun, vanishing from the real world. Now desperate for Lisa's assistance, Jesse returns to the party, bringing with him the essence of the Springwood Slasher. Everything goes sideways, and in the blink of an eye, Jesse's gone, and Freddy's back. This scene here, with Freddy chasing Lisa around the house and then battling an entire school's worth of teenagers at a cabana party, this was one of the main deal breakers for many fans of the series. It just... Look, forget the later sequels, this wasn't even remotely congruent with the first film. It is at this point that Lisa takes over as our hero, and she knows exactly where Freddy walked off to. His old haunting grounds. And here, shit is weird. The dogs with human faces are really bad and stupid. The rat that transforms into some silly monster. This just isn't Freddy Krueger material. I do like when the bite mark Freddy gave Lisa earlier festers and is covered in insects trying to burrow into Lisa's bloodstream. Just kidding. Freddy's got Lisa dead to rights, cornered on the catwalk, when she stumbles upon his weakness, her refusal to buy into his bullshit. Well, that and her love for Jesse, which she knows is trapped inside of Freddy. With positivity, encouragement, and a sweet kiss, Freddy Krueger is defeated, melting away a pathetic, begging loser. And from the ashes of Fred Krueger, Jesse rises. And everybody lives happily ever after.
It's all over.
We leave A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge, knowing several things. Number one, Freddy Krueger can apparently do whatever he wants, whenever he wants, wherever he wants. Number two, Freddy is still alive. Number three, I am pretty sure all of the kids on the bus died there at the end, which can only mean one thing. Nightmare 3 must be right around the corner. But before we jump into 3, let's talk more about 2. I touched on the homoeroticism of this film in the intro, and maybe you picked up on it through some of the visuals you saw over the telling of the story, but let's go a little deeper on this. And I'm going to try to not talk about this for 20 minutes, though there is a lot to say. Plenty of it has been said before. There's a whole documentary about this that I recommend you check out. From Jesse's extremely suggestive dance moves to the repeated man-on-man contact between he and Grady, not to mention the coach enjoying making them work and sweat and hit the showers repeatedly, the gay S&M club. I mean, the coach is literally attacked by a barrage of balls. Jesse takes Grady's balls to the face as well.
Something is trying to get inside my body, and you want to sleep with me.
So on and so forth. That's not even everything. In fact, those only partially cover the literal visuals and spoken dialogue. None of this touches on the subtext of what Freddy represents. That being this deep, dark secret that this young man is hiding inside himself. The inner turmoil of carrying such a heavy burden, going from feeling like you can't tell anybody to telling everybody, but nobody seems to understand. Jeez. Think about all the times that Jesse is clearly feeling the urge to kill. He's inching ever closer to acting on these impulses, fighting against them with every fiber of his being. What the hell do you think this is supposed to signify, huh? There's been so much talk about this over the decades, and the story has changed wildly. Director Jack Shoulder claims that he had no idea that this was an extremely gay movie while reading the script, while shooting the film, or while watching it come together in the edit. Writer David Chaskin disowned the gayness of this film for a long time, pointing the finger at star Mark Patton, who played Jesse, for taking his script and making it come off the way that it did. This specific issue has blown up into this massive thing over the years. Why? Well, because this movie came out in 1985. The AIDS epidemic was in full effect. Writer David Chaskin wrote this script purposely containing all of this homoerotic subtext, likening the killer Freddy Krueger to the killer that is AIDS, and, at the time, the perceived underground subculture that was homosexuality. David Chaskin didn't start owning up to purposely cramming all of this subtext into the script until after times had changed and this movie started being celebrated by the LGBTQ community. This after years of pointing the finger at Mark Patton for ruining the movie. And what really makes this sad is that Mark Patton is gay in real life. At the time, he was not out. It was all hush-hush, and back then, you had to be. You couldn't just be an up-and-coming actor in 1985, openly gay, without it severely hurting your livelihood. Just try and imagine how that must feel. Someone I really respect in this situation is Robert Englund, who not only saw exactly what this script was doing, but he purposely leaned into it. He's even stated that several people, from the writer to the director and everywhere in between, have suffered from selective memory over the years, changing their story as they deem necessary. Englund said there's always a dance, a seduction, a dare with the character of Freddy Krueger, and we can see that in the film. When Freddy is caressing Jesse's face, he's doing it in an extremely suggestive manner. This was all Robert's doing, playing into the story he perceived from the script. Robert even asked Mark Patton's permission to insert a bladed finger into Mark's mouth, taking it even a step further, which one of Mark's people rejected, fearing it might be so gay that it would ruin his career on the spot. Even without that visual in the film, Mark Patton's career practically did begin and end with A Nightmare on Elm Street 2. After the negative reaction to the film and the blame of that being put solely on his shoulders, Mark disappeared completely. It wasn't until 2019 that David Chaskin and Mark Patton reunited, hashing out their sordid past, which is all covered in the documentary Scream Queen, My Nightmare on Elm Street, which I highly recommend. And I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not gay. I'm not going to talk out of school about how anyone should or shouldn't feel about the story, about how they should feel over Mark Patton being blamed for the reception of the film, despite not being the writer or director and starring in his very first movie. None of that. He's lived with it. He's dealt with it. It was his story to tell, not mine. I'm glad he was able to take something traumatic and turn it into something positive, which you can learn all about from the documentary. What I'd like to springboard into, though, is Wes Craven's outside involvement with the film. It was Craven who read the original script, which was 90% Jesse focused, and shifted it. Craven saw potential in the character of Lisa. He saw Lisa as this rock for Jesse, his partner, his main supporter. And by the time we're in the closing moments, Lisa graduates to the true hero of the story. I mean, look at their conversations with one another. More often than not, Jesse is scared out of his mind, and Lisa is the one thinking rationally and putting a game plan together, offering her strength to his fight.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. I'm afraid to stay awake.
I'm not gonna let anything happen to you.
Oh God, he's coming back!
You created him. You can destroy him.
No, Jesse's dead.
I am not afraid of you.
But even with his advice being taken, Craven did not think much of the final product, labeling it as just a bunch of scenes. It didn't really have any unity to it. His biggest issue, and many agree, is the pool scene. Craven hated that Freddy was in the real world at all. But then you factor in that half of the guys at this party are bigger than Freddy is. Yeah, that's an intimidating visual. For what it's worth, Robert Englund was against this as well, openly stating on set, this isn't gonna work. All that aside, I'd like to give some shine to Kim Myers, who played Lisa. I first saw her as Pam on Seinfeld, and it wasn't until I was doing research for this video that I finally connected the dots that these were the same woman. Shout out to Kim Myers, dude. She rules. Something I don't think gets enough love is Nightmare 2's special effects. Kevin Yeager, goodness gracious. The exposed brain, the melting spot at the end, Freddy tearing himself out of Jesse's chest cavity. Get out of here, sucker. This effect took over 3 months to build and shoot. Holy shit. It's not all great, though. The evil parakeet is laughably bad, and actually wasn't used to its scripted potential on screen. They built a whole demon bird for this, and didn't use it. I've already buried the human-faced dogs. Grady's death was supposed to be a much bigger deal, but they ran out of time to do it. Blah, blah, blah. To the side of that, though, I personally really like this darker and more serious version of Freddy Krueger. Sure, he gets his taunts and gags in, but some of his dialogue is straight up chilling. And they wanted to replace him with somebody else, please. I didn't see Nightmare 2 for the first time until I was in my 20s. I didn't purposely avoid it, it just didn't seem to be one of the tapes that me or my friends ever rented from the video store. And when I finally did see it, I went in hearing that this was one of the worst in the entire franchise. I honestly don't agree with that at all. I think Freddy's Revenge is pretty damn entertaining. For my personal taste, I think this might be the scariest looking or sounding that Freddy Krueger has ever been. My main issues with this film really just center around the fact that it doesn't really fit in with what Nightmare was or would go on to be. The real world stuff, the lack of focus on dreams, you know, the deviations. Look, I said something very similar about Jason Goes to Hell when I was doing the history of Friday the 13th. If A Nightmare on Elm Street 2 had a different name, if this was called like Inner Demon or something, and the killer had a different name, I think this movie might have a different reputation. If it did not have established lore that it strayed so wildly from, I don't really know if I'd have that many complaints about it, if I'm just being honest with you. A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge, may not have received the critical acclaim of the original, nor the fan support of the original, but at the box office, we're still looking at a huge success, especially for a distributor the size of New Line Cinema. And you know what that means. Freddy's still alive, and the fans are still buying tickets. A third Nightmare was definitely on the way. And on the way it was, though New Line wouldn't turn it around in just 1 year, like last time. Nor would they haphazardly throw a random team on the project, not caring whether or not the actual stars and creators had anything to do with it. Why waste time? Let's get right to it. Wes Craven returned to the series for Nightmare 3. Wes co-wrote the original script with partner Bruce Wagner, and New Line Cinema probably couldn't have been happier, right? Wrong. The studio wasn't really happy with Craven's script at all. Line producer Rachel Talalay labeled Craven's script undoable because there were no rules. Freddy could shapeshift into anything, as if he doesn't do that in the final film. Look, I have no idea what the complaint here was, though I do understand their criticism that maybe it was a little too dark and weird. Freddy's sexual violence was reaching an all-time high, and yeah, that alone isn't really something I need more of, if I'm just being honest with you. Though it must be said that rape does play a massive part in the lore of this movie, and the part that I'm talking about did not come from Craven's script, which is a whole nother matter. Either way, Craven and Wagner's original script was used as the base, though it would be completely rewritten by the team of Chuck Russell and Frank Darabont. Russell would also direct this film, as he later would The Mask, The Blob, and The Scorpion King. And you might have recognized the name Frank Darabont from The Shawshank Redemption, The Green Mile, The Mist, or The Walking Dead. Hell of a team here, right? Special effects man Kevin Yeager returns to deliver some of the coolest and craziest visuals in the entire franchise. And I round it out with the comebacks of both John Saxon and Heather Langenkamp. On paper, A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors, looked like it might be the best one yet. But was that the case? If you're asking me, yes, this is the best Nightmare movie yet. What, do you think I wasn't going to tell you so soon? This movie's almost 40 years old. I'm not trying to reveal anything to you, as if you don't know that this is one of the most popular across the entire franchise. I think the first one is great, the second one is fine, if even good, but this third one? Holy shit, man. From bringing back practically every OG who was still alive, mixing in fresh blood from cast to writer to director, you got Angelo Badalamenti on the music, please. Nightmare 3 is the best one yet. What makes this third film the best yet? Let's take a look at it. First of all, and yeah, we'll jump right into the story, Dream Warriors re-establishes the dream aspect of the series immediately. I'm talking about from the get-go. The first thing we see is one of our new leads, Kristen, played by the fantastic Patricia Arquette, working on some arts and crafts, doing her goddamnedest to stay awake while she's at it. And as you might have predicted, this does not work out. Kristen finds herself standing in front of the very house she was just constructing out of paper mache. Look at this situation. Something's off. In no time flat, the shit hits the fan.
Freddy's home.
This is how you do a nightmare sequence. Holy hell. Check this out. Luckily, Kristen wakes up just in time to get it together. Yeah, right, bitch. You thought you was safe. Kristen's mom bursts in and, would you look at that? It's off to Weston Hills, a psychiatric facility for Kristen. And this is where she meets the rest of our heroes. All troubled in one way or another, all suffering from similar violent nightmares. Distraught by this twist her life has taken, Kristen finds herself singing Freddy's rhyme, attacking the Weston staff with a scalpel. Stepping in to pick up the final line of the song is Nancy Thompson. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. This is A Nightmare on Elm Street. This is what Freddy Krueger does to people. And you're goddamn right Nancy's back to help the new blood battle against Fred Krueger because she's bad as fuck and she knows all of his tricks. God damn, I love this movie. Nancy, having grown and learned from her traumatic past, is now a psychologist. She approaches Dr. Neil Gordon about prescribing the kids Hypnosil, an experimental dream suppressant drug that she personally uses. It's a controversial, possibly unsafe strategy, which is faced with lots of pushback. While the doctors in suits are pushing pencils and arguing what should or shouldn't happen, a bloody bicycle melts in Kristen's room. She winds up in Freddy's house again where gross shit is going down. And then the man shows up as a goddamn snake and tries to swallow her whole. This is where we learn about Kristen's special ability. She can pull people into her dreams. And you know the bad bitch takes care of business. The horror in her voice when she looks Freddy in the eyes for the first time in years is powerful.
Oh my God.
All of this, on top of the stories like a kid using a razor to cut his eyelids off to stay awake, which would have been shown in Craven's version of the script, furthers the Hypnosil conversation. In between all this, we get to see our heroes in their element, playing board games together, hanging out, in therapy sessions, sharing their experiences and frustrations. They're a family. They're bonded by trauma. I find all of them immediately likable. From Joey to Taryn to Ronald to Kristen to Jennifer to Philip to Will. They've even all got their own angles. Philip creates these fantastic puppets, which might be why Freddy turns him into one for his own amusement. Cutting Philip's arms and legs open, stringing him up by his tendons from above, Freddy casts Philip off the bell tower to his death, while all of his friends watch in horror. Jennifer wants to be a television star, and with Fred Krueger acting as her manager, she finally gets her big break. Obviously, things are going from bad to worse, but do you want to know what I love about this situation? I mean, honestly, there are a lot of things I love about it, but one of the things that I love about it is that in a group session, Nancy takes the time to explain to our heroes, and us as the audience, exactly why Freddy is targeting them. It's because they are the last of the Elm Street kids. There are so many horror movies, franchises specifically, that begin with a killer who has a goal. Just a couple sequels later, though, that goal is gone and the killer's still stomping around, just going after random people for no other reason than the studio wants to just continue to sell tickets. Halloween Resurrection, anybody? Now, I do understand that that is Halloween 8 and that this is only Nightmare 3. There's a shitload of space in between, but I'm just saying. With the kids dropping like flies, Dr. Neil and Nancy go rogue, putting together a group session where Kristen fully introduces her ability to pull others into her dreams. In this world, for lack of a better term, everyone's dreams come true. Kristen is a high-level athlete. Ronald is strong like the Hulk. Will is the Wizard Master. Taryn is bad as fuck. Joey is nowhere to be found because the hot nurse is trying to Freddy his Krueger down the hall. And if this seems a little too crazy to be true, it is. This isn't really a nurse, this is Freddy dangling a teenage boy's dreams in front of his face, only to turn it into a nightmare with the snap of his razor fingers. Hey, quick funny bit about this naked nurse who turns out to be Freddy in disguise. This was supposed to be a naked woman with Freddy's head on top of her body. Here it is, because they did shoot it, and in the edit they went, holy shit, that doesn't work at all. So they just went with regular Robert Englund instead. What do you think about that call? What would you have done? Anybody out there a little confused? The rest of the group are thrust into a nightmare hellscape as well, and if they weren't forcefully woken up, they may all have died right then and there. This whole deal sends Joey into a real-world coma, and throughout this whole movie, it should be noted, Dr. Neil has been bumping into this mysterious nun, Sister Mary Helena, who offers insight on the situation. How she knows about any of this is anybody's guess. But here, she drops a shocking bombshell regarding the origin of Freddy himself. That being that his mother, Amanda Krueger, used to work at this hospital back in the 1940s. One holiday, she was accidentally locked inside the facility for the entire break. Just her and the inmates. The criminally insane took turns r***ing her, and when she was finally discovered, nearly dead, she was pregnant. Goodness gracious, that's dark. That's what I was talking about earlier, about how this actually wasn't in Wes Craven's script. This came from Russell and Darabont. Sister Mary Helena tells Neil that Freddy's spirit must be laid to rest. His actual bones must be buried in unhallowed ground. Only this will banish him forever. All the while, Freddy uses Joey's body to taunt Nancy from beyond. Putting a plan together, Nancy tells Neil that she thinks she knows exactly who might be able to lead them to Freddy's remains. Insert Lieutenant Donald Thompson, or former Lieutenant Donald Thompson. He never recovered from the events of the first movie, which was also tied to major trauma even further back. He and Nancy don't seem to have spoken in years. Long story short, Mr. Thompson does wind up taking Neil to Freddy's bones in the junkyard. Nancy heads to the hospital to band the kids together one more time, purposely heading into the dream world to confront Freddy and rescue Joey. Freddy battles a group of kids, and one by one they're all meeting their doom. Taryn's death scene is amongst the best and most creative in horror history, in my opinion. The trio of Nancy, Kristen, and Ronald do their best to fight him off and get Joey out of danger, but nothing's working, as we're shown that Freddy is literally stronger than before, having been powered up by the souls he's claimed along the way. But when his real-world remains are messed with, holy shit, the bones come to life. This is fucking awesome. The skeleton kills Mr. Thompson and knocks out Neil. This roar chills me to the core, dude. Even today it bothers me. With Joey now safe, the heroes search for an escape, as the soul of Mr. Thompson stops in one last time to say goodbye to his little girl. Oh my god, it's Freddy. He drops his nemesis, he turns his attention to Kristen, but with her last breath, Nancy makes the save. Dr. Neil uses the holy water on Freddy's remains, laying his soul to rest. Nancy dies in Kristen's arms, and at her funeral, Dr. Neil follows Sister Mary Helena to share the news that her theory was true. This is when he discovers that Sister Mary Helena died nearly 20 years ago, and that her true name was Amanda Krueger. That night, Dr. Neil sleeps soundly. He's got the model of the house that Kristen built at the beginning of the film on his nightstand. And just like that, we know it's still not over. And then fucking Dream Warriors by Dokken rocks the fucking credits. You kidding me? It was awesome to get Nancy and Donald Thompson back, even if it was the last time that we would ever see them. Well, in this timeline. Don't worry, we'll get there. I love the story of Dream Warriors. I love the characters. I think this is probably the perfect mix of Freddy Krueger being both scary and silly at the same time, as later sequels would take this further and further to the point that it was out of control and I genuinely started to hate it. But yeah, man, Nightmare 3 just works on so many different levels. And while I've applauded several special effects shots already, I want to give an extra moment to a few details that I didn't have time to touch on earlier. Similar to the rotating set of the original for Tina and Glenn's deaths, when Joey is hanging over hell on the bed, he's not actually hanging. He's standing straight up in a bed that is secured sideways against a wall. What an awesome little trick, right? The Freddy snake is covered in that green goop because after Kevin Yeager designed it, everybody went, whoa, what is with the gigantic dick? The shape of this thing was so penis-like. The call to coat it in colored slime was made on the day just so that it wouldn't be, flesh-colored. Kevin Yeager purposely designed it to be as phallic as possible, too, because he was like, yeah, that's kind of Freddy's deal, right? But everybody else freaked out. They also shot this scene backwards. Patricia Arquette is actually crawling out, and the dolly is pushing the camera away, because when they tried to have it swallow her, the entire face would scrunch up like paper. So they're just running the film in reverse. Movie magic, right? And that pig on the table that screamed at Kristen was a huge ordeal, too. Director Chuck Russell was told that the fake pig spot, as scripted, was going to cost about $2,000 to pull off. Somebody was going to have to build this fake pig, they were going to have to paint it, they were going to have to hollow it out to get the animatronics inside, and there just was not room in the budget for this. Chuck Russell was really attached to this spot though, and he didn't want to lose it, so here's what he did. He told a crew member to just go out to a butcher shop and buy a spit-roasted pig. They literally left it out for a couple days, they waited for it to rot, and then they slapped it in the middle of the fucking table. They hollowed out its stomach, they cut a hole in the table, there was somebody underneath the table with their hand in this real pig's mouth going like this. And that's how they got that shot. That's one way to do it. On a simpler note, I found it cool that Jennifer Rubin, who plays Taryn, she specifically pitched the idea that her character have this super tall mohawk in her dream outfit. It's a great choice, if you ask me. It's widely known that "Welcome to Prime Time, bitch" was an ad-lib from Robert Englund on the spot, and I mean, it might be the most famous line in the history of the series. And to think they didn't initially invite him back for Nightmare 2. Please! Go fuck yourself. The claymation stop-motion Freddy is out of control. The stop-motion skeleton straight out of a Ray Harryhausen movie is unbelievable too. Come on, man. This is why I love 80s horror so much. This was the top of the line for special effects, in my personal opinion. I do have a few questions about Nightmare 3 as far as logic goes, though. Like, there was this whole hubbub about Freddy being in the real world in Nightmare 2 and how real world stuff kind of broke the guidelines. So what's up with Amanda Krueger's ghost? Is that not a step too far? What about Philip being able to phase right through this locked door in real life? Yeah, in the dream world, Freddy's in control. He's pulling the tendons. But here, in the real world, he's sleepwalking. Maybe this is just one of those things that you're not supposed to think about too much. But then why did they show it to us if they weren't trying to tell us something or asking us to think about it, right? The word from the cast and crew was that Chuck Russell was an extremely demanding director. Ridiculously long hours, back-breaking shoots, the whole deal. Those of you who are a fan of video games and that industry, you may be familiar with the term crunch, where developers are working extreme overtime in order to hit their deadlines. Chuck Russell, by the sounds of it, was the human embodiment of crunch in the film industry. And was it worth it? Yeah, I would say so. On a budget of $4.5 million, A Nightmare on Elm Street 3 Dream Warriors drew just about $45 million at the box office. Once again, a massive return on New Line's investment. Once again, a giant hit. For those keeping score, yeah, Nightmare 3 made a lot more money than Nightmare 2 did. Wes Craven initially got involved with Nightmare 3 in order to close the series for good, but with a box office like that, this plan didn't stand a chance in hell. When I was younger, Nightmare 3 was my favorite in the franchise, and coming back to it all these years later for this series of videos, I gotta say there's a pretty good chance that that is not going to change. And I would like to reiterate before we get out of here that 2 is also not nearly as bad as people say. I really don't think that it's bad at all. You know, someday maybe I will rank all of the Nightmare films and really just solidify my order once and for all. We'll see. Next time out, I think we'll take a look at Nightmare 4 and 5, those being the Dream Master and Dream Child. Can either of these movies live up to the quality of Dream Warriors? No, they can't. Sorry if you consider that a spoiler, but no, we're about to start trekking downward. It's not an immediate nosedive, but it is progressive, so just be ready for that. A Nightmare on Elm Street 3 Dream Warriors took Freddy Krueger and his Elm Street kids to the next level. You can fall wherever you like. I won't argue with you if you prefer the original. But Nightmare 3 being the best movie in the franchise is not an unpopular opinion. We knew the Springwood Slasher would return, but how exactly he would rise again was anyone's guess. That was not a joke, that was not a bit, that wasn't even misleading editing on my part. If you've seen the movie, you know Freddy comes back for a fourth film after a dog pisses fire in a junkyard. Because that's where we're going now. Today we'll be going all the way in on A Nightmare on Elm Street 4, The Dream Master. Then we'll set our sights on A Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child. If you're a huge fan of the Nightmare series and you can't handle hard facts, fair critique, and personal opinions that do not reflect your own, I highly recommend you head out right now. Up to this point, I haven't really had a bad thing to say about A Nightmare on Elm Street at all. I'm even a 2 defender. I think Nightmare 2 is pretty damn good, even if it does stray from the others. But that all ends today, if I'm just being clear up front. Now, I do have compliments to pay out. There are cool parts that I want to put over, but I am not particularly a big fan of either one of these next two entries. Was the writing of Nightmare 4 labeled a complete mess by a New Line producer? Yes, it was. Was Nightmare 4 in the middle of shooting without a script before they even hired a director? Yes, it was. Does a character fight an invisible Freddy Krueger because the studio ran out of money and couldn't afford to shoot the originally scripted scene? Yes, he does. And we're just getting started on what makes Nightmare 4 a razor-fingered handful, to put it gently. And that's not even dipping into Nightmare 5 just yet. So sit tight, grab something to sip on, and maybe throw a pizza in. Just, give the pizza a second look before you go taking a bite. Welcome to the History of a Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, Dream Master and Dream Child. Do we have to tell the story of the film? Do we? Is it really that important at this juncture? We're kind of getting into Friday the 13th territory where it's like, Jason's going after the people on the campground again. Well, let's do it quickly. Kristen, Roland, and Joey all survived Nightmare 3, so rather than having a whole new cast of characters for Freddy to prey upon, we've got returning all-stars. We've got them for a few minutes. All three of our heroes from Dream Warriors are killed pretty early into Nightmare 4. Yes, even Kristen. And, oh, yeah, that is Kristen, believe it or not. If you're going, no it isn't, then you're half right. It is Kristen. It's not Patricia Arquette, who opted not to return to the franchise for undisclosed reasons. Some say she didn't want to be trapped in the horror genre. Others say her star had simply gotten bigger and she was wrapped up with other projects. Her castmates have stated that it was a money issue and that she wasn't even asking for a lot of money, but it was still more than New Line were willing to pay her, and if there's anything we've learned from this series, it's that that is probably true. So no, this is not Patricia Arquette as Kristen. It's Tuesday Night. Yes, that is this woman's real name. Tuesday doesn't look anything like Patricia, which is extremely distracting, but that's the least of our worries, as this character doesn't feel anything like Kristen. At all. I personally find it funny that she says her own name to herself in the opening scene.
Become Kristen.
New Line had to have been well aware that audiences were going to be like, who the hell is this? But who cares, either way. She's killed after Freddy turns into a shark. And then he puts on sunglasses and he chases her on the beach and he throws her in a fucking oven or something. Goodbye, established characters that we actually cared about. It was nice to meet you. It was good to see you again. But you gotta go, because now it's time to make room for a new group of stereotypical, worthless, pointless high schoolers. I don't feel any need to explain who these kids are, what they do, or what their goals are, because there's really nothing to them. They're just here to be wiped out by Freddy. Alice is our new lead, and her whole thing is that she inherits the abilities and, I guess, the spirits of her friends after they're killed. Some of the characters are so nothing that there is no personality or trait for Alice to inherit, so she just gets a physical object from them. Perfect. In the end, Alice fights Freddy, one-on-one, in a church, and I am being extremely generous in calling this a fight. The whole thing is extremely awkward. Like when a series of spots goes wrong in a modern pro wrestling match and nobody has the instincts to keep things moving, they just knew what they had memorized, so now it's all falling apart in front of everybody. The dialogue here is atrocious, and it has nothing to do with A Nightmare on Elm Street.
You've got their power. I've got their souls. I've been guarding my gate for a long time, bitch.
What the fuck are you talking about? Alice kills Freddy by showing him his own reflection, which completely comes out of nowhere. Freddy has looked in the mirror 100 times in this series, so Ugh. The souls Freddy had stolen over the years burst from within, tearing him to pieces in what is undoubtedly a fantastic special effect. More on this later. But that's pretty much it. In the end, Alice and her boyfriend may or may not have abolished Freddy forever, and everyone lives happily ever after. And there you go. I wasn't going to give you 20 minutes on the super cute girl with the inhaler because there's really nothing to say. I wasn't going to waste 15 minutes of your time on why Roland... I wasn't going to waste 15 minutes of your time on why Roland's dog pees fire because it's never explained. This is never explained. Why a dog? Why dog piss? Ugh, it's just stupid. And it's a shame that the jumping off point is so worthless because the effect itself is fantastic. So let's do that for a minute. Let's talk about some of the great effects in this film. I was floored to find in my research that the figures fighting from within Freddy's chest at the end, those are real people standing inside a puppet of Freddy that was over 20 feet tall. Who the hell came up with something this crazy? Well, good old JCB, John Carl Buechler, played a big part in the effects of Nightmare 4. You may remember me burying Buechler's directorial effort in the history of Friday the 13th as I did not enjoy The New Blood at all. I think it sucks. But in that very same video, I put over his special effects work to the moon. This was the man's true strength, in my mind. The pizza with the people in it is not something I ever would have given the green light to. I think it's really stupid. But I guess it does look cool. And there you go. I did have some positive things to say. I never set out to make one of these videos going, oh, I can't wait to be miserable the whole time. And that is the way that it goes sometimes, but that's never my point. That's never what I set out to do. So I did say some positive things. I hope you had fun with it because now it's time to get back to the negative. Director Renny Harlin stated that he saw Freddy Krueger as the hero. He wanted Freddy to feel like James Bond. I can't say I ever would have picked that up if he didn't say anything about it. Freddy doing increasingly stupid things and looking dumber and dumber doesn't exactly give me a 007 feel, but hey, what do I know? The baby faces in the movie are pointless, but that doesn't make the heel cool by default. That's not how that works. To quote the great Mark Borchardt, I personally find this image of Freddy Krueger to be a theatrical mockery, man. I mentioned Renny Harlin as our director here, and it's worth reiterating something I said at the top. Yeah, New Line were already shooting Nightmare 4 before a director was ever hired. Not only was there no director, the script, which was written by 4 different people, was being largely ignored on set in favor of making up dialogue on the spot. You might notice watching the movie that a good deal of what our characters are saying happens without their face in the shot, which allowed for a ton of re-recording to be done in order to get from point A to point B slightly smoother. The sound mixing is garbage. You've got to love a character sprinting down a hallway, and the only sound we can hear is the jingling of keys. Who needs footsteps rumbling through a cavernous corridor? Who needs... Never mind. Clearly I'm putting more thought into it than they did, so what's the point? Watch Alice's mouth at the very end.
It won't come true. It won't come true. It won't come true.
I don't know how many of you can read lips, but it won't come true is not what Lisa Wilcox said there. Many of the nightmare scenes feel like departures from the franchise's usual tone because Renny Harlin was making them up the day he shot them. I must say though, the scene where a ton of hot girls run into the stall while this guy's taking a shit, that is so good because that is a fucking nightmare. They don't always have to be scary. Sometimes they can just be so embarrassing that they make you want to kill yourself. We all know that feeling, right? Renny Harlin said that he never felt New Line CEO Robert Shea wanted to hire him at all. He said he felt the entire time that Robert Shea was under the impression that he was about to ruin the entire franchise. Robert Shea can be quoted as saying, "Rennie came in and he pitched me some really awful, corny ideas." So why did New Line hire this guy? Well, they needed somebody. Another quote from Robert Shea is, "Well, at least we'd be able to finish this somehow." I learned in my research that Tom McLaughlin, the director of Friday the 13th Part 6, one of the consensus favorites in that franchise, had inquired about directing a Nightmare film. They offered him this one in the middle of production. When McLaughlin found out that this is how New Line did things, he promptly woke up from his dream of directing a Nightmare on Elm Street movie. I mentioned that 4 different writers were tasked with putting a script together for this film at different points, sometimes all at the same time, but I do think it's worth noting that this film was shot during a writer's strike. And yes, they quietly continued to work on the script during the strike, completely undercutting the entire point of the strike. Shitheads. I particularly enjoyed hearing director Rennie Harlan detail that a lot of times we had no idea what we were going to shoot. We knew we had a scene where Alice was scared, she was in the house, and then it's the next day. So we know we need Alice and the house, and we go from there. This whole thing might give you Haddonfield flashbacks to Halloween 5: The Revenge of Michael Myers, where director Dominique Othenin-Girard clearly had no fucking idea what he was doing. Now, this situation is different because there was a writer's strike going on, and New Line wanted a movie in theaters that Halloween season. Dominique Othenin-Girard did not have that type of excuse to fall back on. He was just a talentless hack, tiptoeing through production, hoping nobody would realize that he had no idea what he was doing. I don't like A Nightmare on Elm Street 4. I actually really dislike it, but it's not as bad as Halloween 5. And to be honest with you, I am sorry that I even mentioned them in the same sentence. I've lauded the special effects several times already, but they're not all great. The spot where Freddy is the nurse is uncomfortable. I love it. The blood showing through the uniform makes it seem like there's this great transformation coming. And then he's just here. What happened? What a disappointment. I'd like to know why there's no damage on Roland in real life after he's stabbed. Same thing with Joey. From Nightmare 1, it's been a thing where if Freddy cuts you in a dream, you're going to be wounded in real life. What happened to that? I should mention how funny it is that Joey's near downfall in Nightmare 3 was a hot, naked blonde, and his ultimate death here in Nightmare 4 comes at the hands of, what? A hot, naked, wet blonde. The guy's got his priorities. I respect it. The orange light in the waterbed feels cheap in comparison to the crimson geyser bed of the original, though. I couldn't help but laugh at how over-exaggerated the blood of the cockroach was at the beginning. This thing is coated in Vaseline. It looks ridiculous. It's like when one drop of Peter's blood in Spider-Man splashes on the ground like a can of tomato juice tipped over. Look at the scene later where Freddy turns the girl into a cockroach, which is an incredible set of effects in its own right. But when he squishes the bug girl inside the trap, the amount of goo that shoots out is so funny. How many of you were damaged by the scene where her elbows split while she's lifting weights? I couldn't have been the only one, right? And it doesn't have to make sense. Her arms were literally just at this angle. There's nothing painful about this angle, but it was enough to get under my skin, and it was enough to still be my main takeaway from A Nightmare on Elm Street 4 all these years later. You know what else gets under my skin? The fact that Wes Craven approached New Line with a pitch for Nightmare 4. A pitch that they outright rejected, labeling it nonsensical. It apparently centered around time travel inside of dreams. I've only seen that done once, and that was nonsensical garbage, to be fair, but this was Wes Craven. This was his creation. And wait, his pitch was nonsensical? As opposed to flaming dog piss resurrecting Freddy Krueger? As opposed to Kristen's mom secretly feeding her sleeping pills as if she's completely unaware of the danger. As opposed to Freddy completing his mission to take out all of the Elm Street kids and then just targeting other kids for the sake of further sequelization. As opposed to completely foregoing the spooky, scary, threatening nightmare vibe in favor of packing in as many popular radio rock songs as possible. Please. Dream Master plays to me like cheap fan fiction from the very start.
Oh, shit, Kristen, not again.
He's coming back for us.
You're putting one serious dent in my beauty sleep.
And over the course of the film, there's not much in place that works to counteract that feeling. If there is one more compliment I will pay to this film, it's the part where Alice and her boyfriend rush to the truck to race over and help their friend. We see the friend contending with Freddy's trickery, and right when you would expect the heroes to arrive, they're once again approaching the truck, ready to race over and help their friend. This time loop spot is Robert Englund's personal favorite bit across the entire franchise, and that is saying something. The first time I saw Nightmare 4, I couldn't believe it. Even as a teenager, I bought nothing about this movie. I found it boring, I found it annoying, I found it stupid, I found it insulting, but more than anything else, I found it surprising that New Line somehow dropped the ball this badly, this quickly after Nightmare 3. The answer is obvious, so I don't know why I'm acting like I don't know. It's money. Robert Shea and New Line Cinema really enjoyed the idea of spending very, very little and making as much as possible. Remember, they didn't even initially invite Robert Englund back to play Freddy for Nightmare 2. They figured even back then that they had something special enough that people would just buy tickets, whether or not they recognized anybody on the cast, whether or not it was any good. Who cares? Just put something on the screen called A Nightmare on Elm Street. That was literally the most important piece of the puzzle to them. Quality, vision, passion, that was all either way in the background or completely disregarded. With no completed script, no director for most of the shoot, and no real plan as to what the hell the series would become, A Nightmare on Elm Street 4, The Dream Master, was finished, and it did hit the big screen. And what happened? Well, it drew the most money any fucking Nightmare movie ever had. And do you know what that means? It means that, at this time, Robert Shea was right. Who gives a shit? Now, I would like to clarify something really quick. I mentioned in part 1 of this series that Nightmare 1 outdrew both Halloween 4 and Friday the 13th Part 4 at the box office. This was a total brain fart botch job. Halloween 4 released in 1988, not 1984. And I know that, too. I just fucked up. This movie, Nightmare 4, released in 1988, alongside Halloween 4 and Friday Part 7. And yes, even in this updated and corrected format, Freddy still kicked Michael and Jason's asses. I just wanted to clear that up, because I knew I fucked that up the first time. I'm sorry. Thank you to everybody who pointed it out. New Line Cinema's approach to who cares, just put something on the screen and they will buy tickets. That approach actually worked out pretty well here with Nightmare 4. This was the highest grossing film in the series up to this point, and I guess in some sense you can't argue with those numbers. The question from here became, how many times can you get away with making a bad movie before audiences stop buying tickets? Let me just say one thing before we really get going here on Nightmare 5. I have hated this movie for a long time. Just really didn't enjoy it. I thought it was stupid. I thought it was a mess. I had these harsh feelings for years. When I put together videos like this, I rewatch, research, and then I write. And upon rewatching, I discovered something. I actually don't hate this movie anymore. At all. I was really, really surprised to learn this. Look, I came into The History of a Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3 going, oh my god, I gotta watch 4 and 5 back to back. And while I still do dislike 4 quite a bit, I gotta tell you, 5 really landed for me this time. You know what it is? A lot of it is the effects. I'll go into more detail later, but just really quickly, the motorcycle death where Dan becomes one with the bike, are you insane? Before that, in the truck where Freddy pours acid on himself, he rips his own arm off and uses it as a seatbelt to buckle himself in. Forget about it. At the end, yeah, sorry, I told you we'll go into more detail later. When the soul gimmicks are escaping out of Freddy's back, please. The effects here are so good. Man, I'm such a sucker for practical effects. With Nightmare 5 dropping in 1989, we were at the ass end of the foam and rubber days. The over-reliance on computer-generated effects was right around the corner, and things haven't been the same since. And it's not just the special effects, but the sets, the sights, the sounds, and more than anything, the bizarre. Nightmare 5 is fucking bizarre. We're in Hellraiser territory here with how off the wall and odd a lot of this shit is. And I'm all about it. Yeah, put an MC Escher stair puzzle in there. Why not? Give me a bunch of stop motion. Sure. What, did Captain McKay work on this thing? The little kid representing Alice's unborn child realizing that the souls Freddy has loaded him with technically give him an equivalent amount of power to Freddy and turning his own bullshit against him while becoming him and outsmarting him. Do you see what I mean? This movie is completely out of control, and I have seemingly reached the age where I really appreciate that. Whereas before, I guess I was still tied to expecting the same feel of Nightmare 1 and 3 all the way into 5. 5 doesn't feel like those at all, and I guess that's alright. What I'm about to say doesn't really play into the whole bizarre look and feel of this film, but it is absolutely something that we should explore, and that is that this movie began production without a script. Remember how I told you Nightmare 4 started production without a director? Yeah, well, Nightmare 5 had a director, it just didn't have a script. To be 100% clear, part of the problem is that Robert Shea & Co. at New Line hired, once again, like 4 different people to write this movie. They turned down David J. Sho's script, which revolved around the idea that there was a dimension called the Coma Pit that Freddy himself was scared to death of, and they reportedly turned this down because Sho didn't have any feature films under his belt yet. Wow, great reasoning. Look, we're already going long. There are like 3 guys with story credits on this movie, and that's largely because the lack of an official script led to a ton of pulling ideas from different scripts, shooting them, and just hoping that they would make sense later. The fact is that New Line didn't just say, hey, A Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child, coming soon. They gave a release date before it had a script. That's not how you're supposed to do things. Joe Seeley, who plays comic book artist Mark Gray, told the Never Sleep Again documentary in 2010 that he stopped memorizing his lines on Nightmare 5 because he knew that they would just be changed by the time he woke up in the morning. It wasn't even worth it. There are moments where key dialogue is delivered off-screen, and it's done like that because those lines were recorded later as a way to stitch 2 completely unrelated segments together.
We have to find where she died to release her soul.
Now, was that an uncommon practice? Not particularly, and not to date this video, but look, Avengers Doomsday is shooting right now, and they don't have a completed script. That's 100% true, by the way. You can look it up. And think about how much money they're spending on that thing. But let's not go any further into the production without telling the story of the film. This is not like Nightmare 4, where there's not really anything of substance happening, so we can kind of fly through it. There's a lot happening in Nightmare 5. There's a lot, and not all of it makes sense. As a matter of fact, most of it doesn't. So buckle up, let's do our best. The short version is this. Alice and Dan, who did indeed live happily ever after, are having a baby. And I may have jumped the gun on the whole happily ever after thing, as Dan is not exactly going to get that storybook ending. I mean, unless you count being fused into your motorcycle as a storybook ending, but I think that's more of a nightmare than a fairy tale. And hey, nightmare, how appropriate. The artist formerly known as Mike Charles brought to my attention how similar the look of the motorcycle man is to that of Tetsuo the Iron Man. And I think he's dead on. Both movies released in 1989, which makes this an even more interesting coincidence. The whole thing with this baby is completely insane, and our premise is this. Freddy is feeding souls to Alice's unborn child in order to create a new Dream Master or something. Even though Nightmare 4 was called Dream Master and this one is Dream Child, I feel like this Dream Child would have to be crowned as the new Dream Master, right? I don't know. Also, Alice is having dreams of herself in the shoes of and living the life of Amanda Krueger. Remember the whole bastard son of 100 maniacs thing? Well, we kind of see that happen here. This stuff is really cool. I appreciate that Nightmare 5 is expanding on established lore. I feel like it's been a minute since anybody's done that. In another vision, Amanda/Alice gives birth to what appears to be a demented, deformed, demonic baby Freddy. And this baby crawls into the clothing that Freddy left behind after he died in Nightmare 4, which brings him back to life, but only in the dream realm. Now Alice is caught between Amanda Krueger versus Freddy Krueger in the nightmare world. And the dialogue between mother and son needs to be heard to be believed.
Your birth was a curse on the whole of humanity. I will not allow it to happen again.
We'll see, bitch.
I must be released from my earthly prison.
This sounds like a fantasy movie or something. What the hell is happening here? But yeah, Freddy gets Dan, so Alice's baby ain't gonna have no daddy. Whoops! Why is the truck driver dressed like Freddy? Why did they do this? Alice goes on to have even more visions of a little boy named Jacob, though we go on to learn that this boy is no real boy, he's a gimmick boy, a working boy, he's a Dreamland boy. Fast forward to the end, because we'll cover the side characters and their deaths when we're talking about the special effects and kills. This final battle is unlike anything we've ever seen in A Nightmare on Elm Street up to this point. Staircases coming from and leading to nowhere, upside down, right side up, twisting, turning. Freddy emerges from inside of Alice in a way that is practically impossible to explain. Even little Jacob finds it gross. I fucking love the scene where Freddy is once again torn apart, and the way his arm is no longer attached to his body, and you can tell the severed meat is weighing down the fabric of the sleeve. Goodness gracious. Do you see what I mean? The visuals of Nightmare 5 alone save it from the dumpster. Jacob, coached by Amanda Krueger, winds up turning on Freddy. All the power from all of the souls Freddy implanted in him, it's all used to vaporize adult Freddy, leaving only baby Freddy in his wake. Child Jacob is likewise vaporized, leaving only a regular baby where he stood. Alice takes baby Jacob into her womb as Amanda takes baby Freddy into hers, and what the fuck is happening in this movie? I kinda love it. The dream realm collapses, and Alice, along with her baby, her dad, and her best friend, enjoy a day in the park. And yes, that's the little girl that sings Freddy's song, because they couldn't just leave it alone. Ever. Had to have it open for another sequel. If you feel like I did not do a great job explaining what the hell this movie is, hey man, you are more than welcome to give it a try yourself. And to be totally clear, I'm not even complaining. Like I mentioned at the top, I really appreciate how bizarre Nightmare 5 is. I truly do. I was absolutely shocked to rediscover how much more imaginative, how much more crazy, how much more fun 5 is than 4. I always admit when I'm wrong, like I did earlier with the Halloween 4 release date. I totally fucked that up, so I wanted to set the record straight. I cannot say that I was wrong in not liking Nightmare 5, but I can say that I have come around on it. I have changed my opinion on this one, completely. Now, is it great? Absolutely not. It's extremely confusing, it's borderline incoherent, it's totally nonsensical, but it's also extremely entertaining. And when we're at the 5th entry in a franchise, that counts for a lot. Now let's talk about the characters I skipped over earlier. Mark Gray dreams of being a comic book artist someday, and he's in love with Greta, a would-be supermodel who, she's probably got a career ahead of her. Holy shit. Yvonne is one of Alice's best friends. She volunteers at a hospital, and that's how Alice is able to get in at the drop of a hat. Yvonne, as we saw earlier, was lucky enough to make it through to the end, though shit with her does get a little hairy there for a minute. Greta is not so lucky. Her death is manifested through her poor relationship with her mother and her unhealthy relationship with food and body image issues. We got stop motion animation here. We've got these amazing prosthetics on actress Erica Anderson's face. Hell yeah. Mark, distraught over losing Greta, unfortunately finds himself sucked into one of his own comics. He finds the courage to become the Phantom Prowler, and he battles Freddy. He actually trashes him pretty easily until the Springwood Slasher transforms into Super Freddy. And that's that on that. See you later, Mark. Interesting note, Super Freddy is not played by Robert Englund in a muscle suit. This is Michael Bailey Smith, who you may have seen in a shitload of other things. So we know the writing situation was a complete mess, but we haven't really touched on the director yet. Let's do that now, and we'll hit on a few more production notes as we go. Once again, a brand new man took the chair. This time we had Stephen Hopkins, who had previously helmed Dangerous Game. And after Nightmare 5, he would direct Predator 2. Dude, Predator 2 rules. It's weird, it's different, but it rules. Hopkins, without a script to serve as the baseline for, what the hell this movie was going to be, gave himself full freedom to do whatever he wanted at every turn. The original concept for Mark's death wasn't to be sucked into a comic book. It was for an artist's every creation to come to life. Mannequins, paintings, sculptures, you name it. But Hopkins changed it to a comic book and a superhero because, and I quote, "I like superheroes." And this is where I have to bring up New Line founder Robert Shea again, who feels as though they did not follow through on the promise to always deliver a good movie. Dude, fuck you, the promise you made to fans. You made one promise with this franchise, and it was to pull every single penny out of it that you possibly could. You're putting films into production without scripts, without directors. You're lowballing the series creator, returning actors, you're recasting leads. Please. One of the producers on Dream Child said that they routinely had to shush the construction guys next door while they were shooting because they were making a big ruckus building the next set that they were going to shoot on. You should not be doing those two things at the same time. I'm not particularly thrilled with how Freddy looks here in Dream Child. The deep, gnarly burns on his flesh have kind of morphed into, I don't know, it just looks cheap. And in listening to the effects people talk about their work and the special features on the Blu-ray set, they were all well aware that this was far from Freddy's best appearance. It doesn't hold a candle to Nightmare 6 though, where he looks like a baby with bubblegum on his face. It's just awful. But that's a conversation for next time. It was Doug Beswick who handled the stop-motion animation here, as he did on Nightmare 3 with the puppet Freddy. And he also did the stop-motion animation for Drop Dead Fred, a movie which absolutely breaks my heart to pieces. Watch at your own peril. One thing we haven't really had to talk about yet in this series is the MPAA, the Motion Picture Association of America, and how they like to pull out violence and questionable content to keep audiences safe. In Greta's death scene, Freddy was originally going to cut her stomach open and start feeding her to herself. Dan on the motorcycle, there was so much more to this, with wires and cables piercing his skin and intertwining with his skeletal structure. No can do, said the MPAA. And a ton of the good stuff was left on the cutting room floor. For all the compliments I'm paying to Nightmare 5 for its creative and imaginative visuals, there's a pretty good chance that I actually enjoy these things more than the people who worked on the film. Like I said earlier, I watched a lot of interviews and special features on the Nightmare Blu-ray set, and there is a ton of talk about how this film really isn't that scary at all. Erica Anderson, who played Greta, straight up said that she wished the movie turned out scarier than it actually is. There was a line from somebody else whose name I can't remember right now, but I'm already shooting, so what are you going to do? They said that the shiny visuals were there to distract you from the fact that all of the soul had been sucked out of the franchise. Do you feel that way about this movie? I can't say that I'm quite there. Now, this doesn't really hold a candle to 1 or 3, but it's not as bad as 4. You tell me, where do you fall on Nightmare 5? Director Stephen Hopkins talked a big game. He dropped a quote like, "Freddy had joined the pantheon of the Eternals. I wanted to know where he was. She has to dive into her dream pool to find him." That sounds deep, right? It sounds like this well-thought and impactful premise. But he can also be quoted saying, "We had no ending to this movie. I stuck that ending in because I'm an action fan." These two lines are so diametrically opposed to each other that I can't help but laugh about it. Hopkins also talked about the effort on Dreamchild to keep Freddy from falling too far into the cartoon world, the acceptable mainstream, you know? And if we look at things, you'll see what I'm talking about. Freddy was doing rap songs. Seriously, he wasn't just in the music videos, he actually raps on the track. Freddy Krueger merchandise of all shapes and sizes was all over the place. Now, was this good for business? When it comes to the bottom line, absolutely it was. We've been looking at the box office results throughout this series of videos, and what we've seen so far is massive returns on small budgets. We've seen Freddy Krueger defeating Jason Voorhees and Michael Myers, amongst others. Freddy Krueger was money, and at that same time, he was definitely in danger of losing that last shred of horror attached to him. Look at the TV show, for fuck's sake. Yeah, why not? Let's talk about Freddy's Nightmares. I promised we would when I revealed this History of series. Freddy's Nightmares barely has anything to do with A Nightmare on Elm Street. Freddy's Nightmares is a Nightmare on Elm Street show the same way The Mummy Returns and stars The Rock. Rock is in the opening minute. He disappears for the entire runtime, and then he shows up as a CGI monster in the final minute. That's also Freddy's Nightmares. Robert Englund is like the host of the show. He'll bookend the episodes, and that's about it. You're not gonna get a weekly Springwood Slasher adventure, that's for certain. The pilot episode was all about Freddy's background and backstory. Robert Englund says that this is what the show was supposed to be, it just wasn't. It wasn't as violent or as dark as it was initially sold. It was in fact quite stupid, quite cheap, quite uninteresting. Robert Shea. We always love hearing from Robert Shea. He says that he found the series miserable. That's a direct quote. And before the 10th episode aired, he had already stopped paying attention. That's great. You'll love to hear that. He also says he blames the reception to the series on the production quality and that they weren't allowed to do everything they were promised, which, if you're thinking at this point, man, this guy really doesn't take responsibility for literally anything, does he? You might be onto something. If you ever decide to check this show out, your eyes will widen a time or two. You'll see Brad Pitt on there. You'll catch Friday the 13th Part 7's Lar Park Lincoln. Friday the 13th Part 6's director, Tom McLaughlin, directed one of these. Kyle Chandler, who's about to be a Green Lantern. Mariska Hargitay, who's been on SVU forever. Blah, blah, blah. It's a piece of the Freddy legacy, obviously. But at the end of the day, it was another cash grab. Another product to slap the face and logo on. Another set of tapes to sell at the store. With A Nightmare on Elm Street 5, I have to say, I think you can tell that they were trying to make him creepy again. Yes, Super Freddy is insultingly stupid. You can forget the figurative. That kill is literally cartoon. It was a choice, to be sure. But with the bizarre baby storyline, the unexplainable war between Freddy and his mom, leaning back on the bastard son lore from the past, they took chances. Sometimes the chances can be credited to not having a script, but, whatever. They took chances. Dreamchild was anything but a basic cash grab. And for that, I give it credit. So how did Nightmare 5 do in theaters? Well, it was the worst performing, lowest drawing film in the entire franchise up to this point. Was it too late? Had the music videos and merchandise, the TV show and the video game, which I will cover on Scream Sequence this year, how you don't, had they all watered Freddy Krueger down to a fatal degree? If Nightmare 5 was any indicator, oh boy, New Line might have a very real problem on their hands here. Dream Master and Dreamchild were also released less than a year apart, which, how can anybody miss you if you never disappear, right? So, would A Nightmare on Elm Street disappear? Would Freddy remain locked away in his mother's tummy in the abyss of... No, he wouldn't. And another movie would be in theaters in less than 2 years. How would that one do? Well, that's a conversation for next time. 1989's A Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child, was by far the most bizarre, off-the-wall entry in the franchise. Attempting to explain the plot of the film without sounding like an absolute maniac is a fool's errand. Give it a shot if you don't believe me. Try and pitch Dream Child to your significant other and tell me how it goes. The comments are wide open. Taking these chances from a visual and storytelling standpoint could have appealed to a new audience. It could have sold tickets to longtime fans, even those burned by Nightmare 4, who saw the trailer and thought, oh, I gotta see what the hell this is gonna be. That could have happened, but it didn't. A Nightmare on Elm Street 5 wasn't only the worst performing film in the franchise at the box office, drawing less than half of the gross of Nightmare 4, but it reviewed very poorly as well. And the poor reception wasn't centered around bad ideas or bad acting, not even the convoluted story, as much as it was fatigue. People were tired of Freddy Krueger. Home studio New Line Cinema, the production company labeled The House That Freddy Built, were no longer a fledgling, flailing film house propped up by a lone slasher. Look, at this juncture, we were headed into the 90s. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was about to hit theaters and draw over $202 million at the box office. For anyone out there keeping score, yes, that's as much as every Nightmare on Elm Street movie pulled in, combined. The Turtles sequel in 1991 would also do nearly $80 million, higher than any single Nightmare movie. I'm not going to branch out any further because the point has been made. New Line Cinema did not need Freddy Krueger anymore. The studio's CEO, Robert Shea, admitted over the years that the company had long since run out of ideas for the Springwood Slasher. And by the time a sixth movie was on the table, they were ready to let him go. Freddy Krueger was going to die. For real this time. And then after he dies, we'll talk about his next movie too, because you know how these things go. I feel as though I should let you know this right here at the top. Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare is one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my entire life. I am in no way exaggerating when I say this. We're in Halloween 5 territory here. And if you know me, you know how serious of an accusation that is. But I'll also let you know this right here at the top. The seventh movie, Wes Craven's New Nightmare, is one of the best movies in this entire franchise. So today, I hope you're ready to visit the very bottom of the barrel. I hope you're ready to spend time down there, running out of breath, watching the light at the end of the tunnel fade, before we resurface with a reboot worthy of the Nightmare name. And in between, maybe we'll talk about Freddy's video game. How you doing? Thank you for being here today. Thank you for joining me for the history of A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4, Freddy's Dead and New Nightmare. The ending of A Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child, left things in a place of uncertainty. If you don't remember what happened, Freddy had been turned into a baby and was seemingly trapped inside the womb of his mother. Several of the film's heroes survive the final conflict, but our lasting image is what's most important. A lasting image which was very familiar, the jump-roping little girls who sing Freddy's haunting rhyme. With Alice now 2-0 over the Springwood Slasher, the die on this angle seemed to have been cast. Freddy Krueger could not handle this woman. In mixed martial arts, it's very rare for a rivalry to reach a third fight if one athlete has picked up the win in both of the prior battles. If it's 1-1, sure, a trilogy is in order. Somebody is going to prove 2-1 that they're the better fighter. But when it's 2-0, what's the point? Nobody wanted to see Anderson Silva versus Rich Franklin 3. We got the picture from the first two outings. With Freddy versus Alice, it seems New Line Cinema had gotten the picture from the first two outings. Much like Tommy Jarvis from Friday the 13th Parts 4 and 6, or Laurie Strode from Halloween 1 and 2, Alice had proven she was the better fighter, 2-0. No trilogy fight was in order here. So without an established lead, without a recognizable main character or cast of characters for Freddy to hunt down, what was this sixth movie going to be? Actually, hold on. How was Freddy going to escape his mother's tummy in the dream realm? The answer to the latter question would never be revealed, so don't get your hopes up there. As far as who it was Freddy would set his sights on without an established babyface returning from the past, well, that's a little more complicated. The main character of this sixth film would be a figure from Krueger's past. They just hadn't existed until this very moment. To get into exactly why that is requires digging into where this movie came from. Who wrote it, who directed it, all the good stuff. I'll tell you who was writing it. You might have heard of him. Guy named Peter Jackson. Dead Alive, King Kong, Lord of the Rings. Yeah, that Peter Jackson. He had this concept about an old, broken, beaten down Freddy Krueger who sulked around the dream world, bereft of the power and control he abused for so many years. Now he was so defeated and weak, kids were going out of their way to achieve the deepest sleep they possibly could, simply to bully Freddy in his own house for their own amusement. And there was a whole subplot about a cop in a coma who was stuck in the dream realm permanently. Man, it sounds really interesting. It was called A Nightmare on Elm Street 6 Dream Lover, keeping in line with the naming pattern of 3, 4, and 5. So why was Peter Jackson's script not selected? Why was this truly interesting and novel concept thrown into the garbage? Well, because there was somebody else who wanted a crack at it. Somebody who had simply worked at New Line for a long time. By this point, you might recognize the name Rachel Talalay, who I think I referred to as Rachel Talalay earlier in this series because I had never heard her last name spoken. I'd only read it. Rachel was the person in question. Moving up from a standard desk job all the way to producer is commendable. That's not easy to do. Nor is it easy to say, hey, I want to direct the next Nightmare. Can I have it? That cannot be easy. Or, maybe it can. I don't know. It worked. Peter Jackson's script was run through the shredder and Rachel Talalay's name was printed on the director's chair. And this was probably a good idea because her prior directorial works included... And Rachel Talalay had never directed a feature at this point, nor had she ever written really anything. And she was not going to work on this script alone. She did have a partner, though she did come up with a fair bit of the story. So what were her credits and credentials heading into Nightmare 6? Well, she produced several films for John Waters, and holy shit, can you see, hear, and feel her John Waters fandom all over this movie. Combine her infatuation with John Waters with her fascination with knocking off Twin Peaks, which was all the rage at the time, and we're starting to see how this movie came to be what it is. Our primary writer here would be Michael DeLuca, fresh off producing Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. Have you ever seen this movie? Good lord. What had Michael written to earn this shot over Peter Jackson? Nothing. No feature films, that's for certain. He worked on the Freddy's Nightmares television show, that counts. It's not a movie for the big screen, but it is words on the page for a production. So that must be enough. Peter Jackson had already written and directed 2 big screen pictures by this point, I'm just saying. And, word is that his work here on what would have and what should have been Nightmare 6, this is what established his relationships that would eventually give us the Lord of the Rings movies. So, whatever, I guess. What Rachel Talalay and Michael DeLuca would turn in would not be called A Nightmare on Elm Street 6. As a matter of fact, the Nightmare on Elm Street name wouldn't be used at all. And this wasn't a Friday the 13th sort of situation, where there are rights issues and certain people own certain names. Rachel just did not want to title this film the same way the other ones were. Despite setting out to wrap the series and finally kill the main antagonist, she thought it was a good idea to leave the established franchise name in the past. She also thought it was a good idea to, in her words, create more story than there had been before. She also stated that she wanted to expand on the mythology. Why anyone would want to create brand new lore and retcon several new chapters into a story already nearly 10 years old in what was supposed to be the final entry is anyone's guess, but that's what Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare does. It turns out Freddy's got a daughter. He's always had a daughter, and she was the reason he did what he did. When Fred Krueger's daughter was taken away, he snapped, and he made a deal with ancient dream demons who gave him the job he has today. What is it about the 6th film in a horror franchise where the studio goes, hey, let's make our killer a pawn, let's make him a puppet? Freddy Krueger was going from the Springwood Slasher, the bastard son of 100 maniacs, the Dream Master, to the guy who works for the ancient dream demons. And this was 1991, by the way. Michael Myers would not be the useless pawn jabroni of the Thorn cult until 1995. I'm telling you, something stinks about these 6 entries. And maybe it's just the world, it's the universe telling you, hey, you've run out of ideas. It's time to let it go. It's worth noting that, in the early goings of Freddy's Dead, Robert Shea had already admitted that Nightmare 4 and 5 had collapsed into convolution. And he's the one who signed off on this film. Oy oy. The trailer for Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare proclaims that they've saved the best for last. And hey, I get it. You've got tickets to sell. You're spending around $11 million to make this film. You can't outwardly admit this movie's a piece of shit while you're trying to turn a profit, but oh my god, man. So what is happening here? With Alice gone and her baby no longer a factor, is a new lead character just gonna fall out of the sky? Yes, actually. Set 10 years after, who knows, it's just 10 years from now. Freddy Krueger has apparently killed every single teenager in the entire town of Springwood. This guy, who we know as John Doe, enters a dream in Springwood and exits the dream somewhere else. Where is he? Doesn't really matter. He's just not in Springwood, meaning he's outside of Freddy's jurisdiction or something. And he has amnesia, too. John Doe not having any clue what's going on or why allows the movie to explain to the viewer what's happening, which it attempts to do, though none of it really makes any sense. John winds up at a troubled youth center alongside Tracy, Carlos, and Spencer. And along with their therapist, Miss Maggie Burroughs, we've got our brand new cast of characters. The plan is this. Maggie's gonna bring John back to Springwood in hopes that it triggers the return of his memories. Spencer, Tracy, and Carlos, looking to make a hasty escape from the youth center, hide away in the van. Everything falls apart when John nearly causes an accident. Dr. Maggie simply trusts these teenage runaways to take themselves back home unsupervised, and the group separate. John and Maggie wind up at an orphanage where they learn about Freddy's long-lost child, while the others enter a house that transforms into Nancy's house. How this is all happening is completely unexplained. The vast majority of Freddy's Dead seems to be taking place in the dream realm, though none of the characters are asleep. The established rules of this world, much like the franchise's tried and true lore, are completely ignored here, twisted into something else entirely. And keep in mind, if you will, that this film was co-written and directed by the woman who had labeled several of Wes Craven's pitches for unmade sequels as nonsensical. She stated that several of Craven's pitches wouldn't work at all. Keep that in mind as we keep talking about this. Carlos, who is hearing impaired, is killed when Freddy grafts a super-powered hearing aid into his flesh, torturing him to the point of combustion. You might notice there's no blood when Carlos' head explodes. Apparently the studio would not allow any color here. Why? Who knows? Maybe the fear of censorship from the MPAA? You might also notice, like I did, that there are plastic caps on the tips of Freddy's blades. We're not supposed to see these, and in the days of VHS we probably didn't, but I see them now, and I find them distracting. Sorry for pointing it out, because now you'll never not notice them. The sound design here is very off-putting, which is done on purpose, to play up how Carlos experiences the world. This would be a lot more effective if the rest of the film did not also sound like shit. Nearly every scene is rife with missing ambient noise, from silent buses,
No screaming while the bus is in motion!
to words being spoken without characters' mouths moving. The whole film is an audio and visual nightmare. No pun intended. Watch the guard's mouth here.
Asshole. Asshole.
I've never seen a movie where every single setting the characters visit looks like a set. From bedrooms to open streets, literally everywhere. None of it looks real. And it's due to the way it's shot and lit. I can feel comments coming in, bailing this out for being dreamlike. Don't bother. It's not a decision. It's a lack of skill. This is not a well-made film. But whatever. Spencer, who's been smoking them left-handed cigarettes in several scenes, is trapped in a trip by TV Freddy, where he is controlled by Krueger's power glove in what is a play on an NES game. You thought Nightmare 4 and 5 were cartoonish? Well, look again. Funny little side note here, Nintendo refused to license the Power Glove to New Line for Freddy's Dead. They wanted nothing to do with this movie. So director Rachel Talalay goes to New Line's CEO and says, I really love this part. I don't want to lose it. What do we do? And Robert Shea goes, fuck Nintendo. Do it anyway. So Spencer is killed, who cares? And this is where this movie truly falls into complete incoherence. I realize I use that word pretty often when covering games and movies that are not very well written or directed, but this might be... No, this is the worst offender yet. I called upon the infamous Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers, earlier. If you frequent this channel, you know it's a running joke. I hate this movie like poison. I've never seen such a high-profile character, such a high-profile franchise, handed to such a complete and utter buffoon. A talentless hack who delivered a film with zero redeeming qualities. Let's go off on a sub-tangent for added context. I hate what Zack Snyder did with DC. I hate it. But Zack Snyder is not a talentless hack at all. He's got his areas of expertise. He just never should have been given Superman and Batman because he had no idea what made them who they are. The Batman warehouse fight is badass. Yes, it is, because that is what Zack Snyder is good at. That's where he excels. Halloween 5's director, Domenico the Ninja Gerard, wasn't good at anything. Halloween 5 may as well exist in a pocket dimension, completely disconnected from everything that came before it, specifically because Gerard did not want to factor those things in. This brings us back to Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare, along with its director and co-writer, Rachel Talalay, who did the exact same thing. From the inception of the franchise, Freddy Krueger was a man who murdered children and was revenge killed by the parents of said children. His twisted soul fell into some sort of otherworldly corruption, transforming his very being into a mythical monster that preys upon children in their dreams. Rachel Talalay and Mike DeLuca said, actually he was a really bad kid all along, exhibiting all the telltale signs of a psychopath. And he was abused by his dad. Yeah, he actually had a wife and daughter, too. And he didn't really fully crack until his little girl was taken away from him after he was initially caught. Yeah, that's what happened. Why they felt it was necessary to make us feel for Freddy Krueger, in some sense, is beyond comprehension. And anyway, yeah, John Doe thinks he's Freddy's son. He's not, and he's killed in cartoon fashion. Robert Englund's quote of, "We kind of jumped the shark a little bit," stands out right here, I'd say. Freddy absorbs John's soul, and then this happens.
It's traveling time!
I hate this movie so much, man. And I've been so positive up to this point. I really have. Nightmare 4 was the only bad movie until now. Nightmare 5, hated it for years. Rewatched it to do this series, and I get it now. It has a charm in how strange it is. Freddy's Dead is just as bad as it gets. It's total garbage, total nonsense, total waste of time. I was sitting on the couch angry while I was watching it because I could be doing literally anything else. In my entire history of doing these videos, I have only sworn off 3 movies. Halloween 5, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, and Jason Goes to Hell. Add Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare to that list. I cannot wait to never see, speak, or think of this film ever again. Dr. Maggie is Freddy's long-lost daughter. She just forgot, I guess. This doctor guy, who has mastered the ability to enter and pull others into dreams through meditation. Hey, remember when this was a one-of-a-kind superpower that Tina had? Now it's just relaxation. He tells Maggie, hey, you can beat Freddy by entering his mind. All you have to do is wear 3D glasses. That's not a joke, by the way. Fucking 3D glasses. The final 15 minutes or so of this movie, and only the final 15 minutes or so, were presented in 3D. Maggie and Tracy pull the Friday the 13th Part 3 bullshit of just awkwardly pointing long objects at the camera to try and take advantage of this, but none of it really works. And would you believe me if I told you the studio did not even know for sure if any of this would work at all until just a couple weeks before the film hit theaters? I mean, you should believe me because that is the truth. So anyway, Maggie sticks Freddy to the wall with ninja stars. She stabs him with his own glove, and he's blown up with a pipe bomb. And she says,
Freddy's dead.
That's it. It's over. What is there to say? Is it even worth pointing out how horrendously this movie is paced, constantly jumping from conversation to conversation, containing one of the same characters, without any indication that time has passed whatsoever, so you can never tell what the hell anyone is talking about or why they're talking about it? Is it worth pointing out specific moments of terrible acting? No, it isn't, because almost everybody in this movie is terrible throughout. Lisa Zane as Maggie, Leslie Dean as Tracy. These are 2 of the worst performances I've ever seen in anything. How about the cameo spam? Roseanne and Tom Arnold stand out. Why are they here? Well, because Rachel Talalay wanted the movie to be fun. Johnny Depp appearing on the TV. Had to get that in there. One of the coolest deaths this franchise has ever seen. One of the coolest kills this genre had ever seen. Belittled into, remember this guy? He's famous now. Isn't that cool? Alice Cooper playing Freddy Krueger's dad. Talalay called this the coolest thing ever. Dude, who gives a shit? Who cares? Talalay's obsession with Twin Peaks, which was new at the time, is all over this movie. She mentioned she wanted to lean into the quirky humor, like Twin Peaks. She mentioned in an interview on the Blu-ray that both she and co-writer Mike DeLuca were both in love with Twin Peaks. Don't believe me?
Town fair. And there are no kids. This phone's out of order.
So is this town.
Mickey, I got your note.
We're in Twin Peaks here.
Definitely.
Jesus Christ, man. And all this is not to say that there wasn't any potential here. When Freddy says,
Every town has an Elm Street.
That's an amazing line. And if it weren't stuck in this piece of shit movie, it really could have been powerful. Seeing Freddy's workshop and getting a look at him having gloves with other types of blades and tools on them, it's a cool idea, I guess. It's way too late to show us this, but it could have been cool. He doesn't use any of these gloves in the movie, meaning they're just another hollow retcon, but hey, what can you do? There are video games and movies you hear about where it was either halfway through production or maybe it was even finished, and the studio got a look at it and they went, this is really, really bad. And they cancel it and they give it to somebody else to start over, because you don't want to deliver a product like that. If you're anything like me, sometimes you find yourself wondering about those versions of those games or movies, and you wonder, what did that look like? That's what Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare feels like. This feels like a movie that was finished, it was turned in, and somebody at New Line should have gone, holy shit, we can't put that out. Throw that in the garbage, we're going to give it to somebody else. Don't let that see the light of day. And it never came out. Except it did come out. This is The Final Nightmare. This is Freddy Krueger's swan song.
Well, what do you call that? Rational?
Oh shit, Spencer!
You forgot the power glove! To beat my high score.
Spencer's gone. I couldn't stop it.
Nothing is gonna make me get off this bed. I hate this house.
How this horrendous mockery of a film could have been directed by a New Line veteran who had been with the series practically from the start is unconscionable. It's like if I was about to release The History of a Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5 and I'd handed it off to one of you, and you turned in a finished video, but it wasn't a scripted, researched retrospective. It was a Let's Play of Fortnite, and you were simply mentioning Freddy Krueger once in a while. Is Freddy Krueger in Fortnite? I don't know. I know he was in his own game, which we'll talk about in just a minute. Hold your horses, I gotta close this chapter first. New Line, to promote the release of Freddy's Dead, held a funeral for the Springwood Slasher where a handful of actors and actresses from the character's past attended in the traditional black garb to say their final goodbyes. I would make a joke about how tasteless it is to publicly mourn the death of a vicious but this country just put one in the White House for a second time, so I'll keep that joke in my back pocket. Freddy's Dead was crucified by critics, deservedly so. Unlike the characters attending Freddy's funeral in the promotional tour, fans did not attend theaters like they had in the past. Freddy's Dead was the least profitable film in the franchise, barely outdrawing A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, while multiplying that film's budget by nearly 4 times. Years after the disaster that was The Final Nightmare, New Line CEO Robert Shea stated, "I don't feel disloyal to the Nightmare fans. We always tried as hard as we could to do good stuff." And it bears repeating, yet again, that this was the man putting films without scripts and without directors into production, simply to hit his designated release date in order to make a buck. So, was Freddy really dead? I mean, Friday the 13th Part 4 was subtitled The Final Chapter. And then the 9th movie in that series was subtitled The Final Friday, and even that was not the last appearance of Jason Voorhees. So, we will answer the question, but when it comes to Freddy Krueger, it's not as simple an answer as, no, he's alive, he comes back. It's a lot more complicated than that. But before we dig into Freddy Krueger's big screen return, I want to dig into Freddy Krueger's foray into video games. In 1990, licensed video games weren't exactly rare. Everybody from Batman to Superman, Spider-Man, the Terminator, RoboCop, they all stepped out of their usual comfort zone and into the digital realm of video games, to varying degrees of quality. Anybody who tells you Sunsoft's Batman on NES is anything short of a classic doesn't know their ass from their elbow. Let's be clear about that. Superman, on the other hand, did not exactly receive the same sort of love and care. Superheroes and action stars could be easily translated from one medium to the other. What does the Terminator do? He shoots. What does Spider-Man do? He swings, he jumps, he fights. Nothing I'm describing here is a brick wall. These are all activities we've already experienced in the shoes of Mega Man or Mario. The opportunity to partake in such activities in the shoes of a character from a movie or a comic book, though, now that's awesome. But there are genres that don't translate so easily. There are characters that do come with the aforementioned brick wall missing from the prior properties. Horror movies and horror movie characters arguably fit that bill. Or they did in the time period we're currently discussing. Take 1989's Friday the 13th, for example. The Crystal Lake Killer, Jason Voorhees, stepping off the campground and onto the Nintendo Entertainment System. What do you do here? How do you convey the terror, the tension, the violence of Friday the 13th in an 8-bit video game? Well, you don't. Not really. Have you ever played Jason's NES game before? Because I have. Anybody who tells you Friday the 13th stacks up to Sunsoft's Batman doesn't know their ass from their elbow. It might sound like fun to run around as Jason with a machete, butchering the innocent campers on Crystal Lake's shorelines, but that's not what this game is. You play as an assortment of counselors, stumbling around the campgrounds, looking for children, and occasionally encountering Jason. This is not a game I would recommend to anybody, really. And it speaks to the translation issue. The Superman game sucked. How the hell was Friday the 13th gonna be any good? Think about those movies. There's nothing particularly unique about the run away from Jason formula. None of his targets are anything outside of the ordinary. If only there was an iconic horror villain where the rules of real life didn't apply, where the battle, the chase, could turn on a dime. It would present different gameplay scenarios, different situations, a variety in the adventure. Oh wait, I'm describing Freddy Krueger. I'm describing A Nightmare on Elm Street. And wouldn't you know it, Freddy got a game as well, also on the Nintendo Entertainment System.
When someone mentions bad dream to you, who do you think of? Who has the face that launched 1,000 nightmares? Freddy, that's who! And now he's back, but this time he's on the NES.
Yes, I know both Freddy and Jason had games on Commodore 64. I've never played them. Nobody I know had a Commodore. I'm not talking about those here today. If you're anything like me, you first heard about the Nightmare on Elm Street NES game from the angry video game nerd, who labeled this thing as everything from diarrhea to... I guess that first noun kind of sends the message. Now for years, that was my only exposure to this game. That was all I had to go by. Eventually, I had the cartridge in my hands, and I was able to experience it for myself. Imagine my surprise in finding out that this game really isn't what the AVGN character had described it to be. And that's the thing. I'm not saying he's a liar or he's wrong. We're talking about a character here. Even one of his most hated games, Castlevania II, Simon's Quest, the real man, James Rolfe, has made it abundantly clear over the years that he actually does like this game quite a bit. It just has its issues. And make no mistake about it, the Nightmare on Elm Street NES game has its issues as well. I just wouldn't go as far as to compare it to human waste, that's all. Released in October of 1990, which puts us right between Dreamchild and Freddy's Dead, which is not a great place to be, this game was published by the infamous LJN and developed by the one and only Rare, who also brought us a handful of WWF video games, Battletoads, Donkey Kong Country, and more. I did a retrospective on Donkey Kong Country earlier this year. I think it's one of the best videos I've ever made. If you skipped it, check it out. But what the hell is this game? How did Rare take advantage of the fact that Freddy Krueger's rules of engagement offer a lot more variety than those of Jason Voorhees and Michael Myers? Well, for starters, we play as this guy. I don't have any idea who he is. He wears a red tank top and red pants. Maybe it's Jack White. Yeah, we play as Jack White. You heard it here first. The overall goal is to collect the bones of Freddy Krueger, which have been scattered all over Elm Street. They're stashed in houses, in the junkyard, in the cemetery. We can assume this was done by the parents who initially murdered Fred Krueger, which does make sense. The goal is to take these bones and burn them to ash, banishing the Springwood Slasher forever. This isn't bad as far as nightmare plots go. Along the way, we're tasked with fighting hundreds of snakes, bats, ghosts, ghouls, Frankenstein monsters, whatever the hell this thing is, and more. Eventually, Freddy Krueger shows his face, as indicated by the flashing red "Freddy's coming" text that appears on the screen. The bastard son of 100 maniacs is not much of a fighter, it turns out. He doesn't actually know where you are. It's kind of similar to Michael Myers swiping at nothing at the end of Halloween 2. Eventually, he'll make contact with his target, right? This Freddy asset is clearly programmed to move about this space and attack. At no point does it specifically attack you. So simply paying attention and moving your feet will probably keep you safe. You might be saying, there's no way that's all Freddy does. He's got to do more than that, right? And to that I say, fear not, you are correct. We have a handful of boss fights here, each one playing to Freddy Krueger's ability to transform into anything he desires. Disembodied giant razor gloves, an elongated snake sort of creature. He plays several tricks none of the other horror icons would be capable of playing. It seems to be a plot hole that all of this is happening in the waking world, though, right? Freddy can't do these things unless he's on his home turf in the Dream Realm. Once again, fear not, this is the Dream Realm. There's a sleep meter in the game that fills as we continue our adventure. Eventually, Jack White falls asleep. Sometimes in mid-sprint. He must be narcoleptic, the poor bastard. You may have noticed by now, but in the Dream Realm, we can pull a Dream Warriors and transform ourselves. The Track Star power-up allows for higher, further jumps with a bit of a gymnastic flair, as well as a throwable javelin, which beats the shit out of the short-range punch. Another highlight is the Ninja ability, complete with jump kicks and throwing stars. Hey, that's just like Maggie at the end of Freddy's Dead, how about it? Players can feel free to experiment with whichever powers they prefer, which is kind of nice. I've been pretty nice here. I have not delved too far into what drags this game down from Dream Warriors territory down to Dream Master territory, but now's the time. Let's take a look at the things that keep A Nightmare on Elm Street from holding that hidden gem status. The platforming controls, my god, kind of an important part of a platforming game, wouldn't you say? The vast majority of your deaths in A Nightmare on Elm Street aren't going to have anything to do with Freddy Krueger. It's the controls that are going to kill you. Platforms feel like they're coated with oil and you're wearing roller skates. I could not believe how many times I would line up a jump perfectly and just slide off the edge like there was nothing I could do to stop it. And when it's not the platforming, it's the enemies. Now, obviously, the enemies in a game are intended to pose a threat, but holy shit, man. The way they gang up on you here, the way they hover around the exact spot you need to be when there's no wiggle room to make even the slightest mistake. It's bullshit. There's really no excuse for why these generic pests are such a problem, and the star of the show is a complete joke. I won't have it. I also apparently won't have this bone, not in my powered up form, at least. Switching back to plainclothes Jack White, I can have it no problem. What the hell is that about? The levels that take place inside the myriad houses are all pretty similar looking. The junkyard, I get it, this is right out of Nightmare 4. The cemetery, alright, it's a cemetery, that's for sure. The school is just a repeat of the houses, with stacks of lockers and bookshelves nailed 20 feet high on the walls for some reason. At the end of it all, there's a big Freddy boss rush, and eventually, the Springwood Slasher's bones are discarded into the furnace. A cliffhanger ending sets up absolutely nothing, as there would never be a sequel. Freddy Krueger's video game legacy wouldn't just be confined to the days of 8 bits, though. If we allow ourselves to jump forward about 20 years, we would see the Springwood Slasher go toe-to-toe with the likes of Raiden, Goro, and Shao Kahn in Mortal Kombat. In 2017, Freddy would make the jump into Dead by Daylight, terrorizing an endless barrage of victims desperately trying to make their escape. But his first major foray into the digital realm, again, not counting the Commodore game, was this one. It pulled mediocre to middling scores from review outlets and did not seem to set the world on fire with fans, but I must reiterate, this game is far from terrible. Is a loose copy of the cartridge worth the $72 it's currently trending at? Absolutely not. The only person goofy enough to pay that much for this game would probably be Creepy Eddie from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon. Hey, that guy looks familiar, doesn't he? Releasing between the 4th and 5th Nightmare films means that this video game dropped far beyond Freddy's prime of popularity. Had this game come out right after Nightmare 3, we're talking Dream Warriors era, it might be a different story. You might have some friends who said, oh dude, I had the Nightmare on Elm Street game, that game was sick. And even though it wasn't really sick, releasing just a year or two prior would have protected it in that time period. It would have allowed this game to establish memories that are sugar-coated by nostalgia. That's a pretty protective layer. That's a hard layer to break through. But now that we've taken a little break and we've jumped into the world of video games, I think it's about time we head back to the land of film. In 1994, Freddy Krueger was dead. Killed at the end of the final nightmare, the Springwood Slasher had been buried for 3 years. Now that may not sound like a long time, as, death is supposed to be eternal. Believe it or not, this was the longest the character had ever gone without showing his face. Sure, he's defeated at the end of all of his movies, meaning he had allegedly been killed 5 times prior to his death at the hands of his long-lost daughter, Maggie Burroughs, but this one looked like it was gonna stick. If not for the artistic integrity of it all, then certainly for the sake of the ever-diminishing box office returns of the franchise. Because, let's be honest, at no point was artistic integrity ever on the table. So how did a 7th movie come to be? Freddy was gone, right? It was all over. Well, the story goes, one day New Line CEO Robert Shea picked up the phone and he called Wes Craven. The two hadn't spoken in years. Their relationship had completely fallen apart over money problems and creative differences, and Robert Shea picks up the phone and he goes, hey, let's do another one. That was it. There was really no need to answer for how to bring Freddy back or, well, we promised it was the last one. Who cares? This is horror. Of course the villain is coming back. What are you, nuts? According to Wes Craven himself, it was Robert Shea who brought up the financial part of the conversation, and even volunteered for New Line to retroactively offer Wes a percentage of the box office, merchandise points, and everything else. No longer feeling dicked by the studio, he practically helped lift out of obscurity, as, remember, New Line Cinema was the house that Freddy built. Wes Craven was in. The originator, the creator, the man who breathed life into Freddy Krueger's lungs all the way back in 1984, was ready to resuscitate the franchise for one more ride. Craven signed on the dotted line, and then he sat down to watch all 6 Nightmare movies in a row. He wanted to piece together what this character, what this franchise, and what this story was in the grand scheme. And after he took it all in, he sat back in his chair and he thought, what the hell is this? You can't do anything with this. There's nowhere to go. That sort of realization, for a lesser writer, could have been paralyzing. Where do you go when there's nowhere to go? How can you possibly pick up where the final nightmare left off in a way that makes sense? But that's the thing about Wes Craven. He wasn't a lesser writer. Wes looked at the patchwork chaos that was the Nightmare franchise and said, you know what? I don't have to continue any of this. And that was the day Wes Craven's new Nightmare was born. Play along with me, if you will. Pretend you don't know what this story is, because I'm about to explain it. The basic outline of New Nightmare is this. Wes Craven has to write a new Nightmare on Elm Street movie. The man himself joins Heather Langenkamp, Robert Englund, John Saxon, goddamn Robert Shea of all people, and more in this movie. They're all playing themselves. Everything we know of the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise, all 6 of the movies, were just that. They were movies. The abstract concept of evil, the loose characterization of all things negative and demonic that Craven had been channeling into his artistic endeavors, it had been satiated by the attention. But now that these movies were done, now that New Line Cinema had stopped portraying this evil force and broadcasting it across the world as the trademarked Freddy Krueger, that evil force is pissed. It's breaking through from wherever it's from into the real world. Wes Craven is having nightmares, the very same kind of nightmares that inspired him to write and direct the original film. And that's what he's got to do to stop these now, to stop this entity from wreaking havoc on innocent, real people in the real world. Heather Langenkamp isn't sold on the film's pitch at first because she's dealing with a stalker, a fan who is harassing her and her family. She's not aware just yet that the violent nightmares she's having are indeed the work of the very same entity haunting Wes Craven. She thinks it's just the remnants of her past work, scratching and clawing its way to the surface of her subconscious, no doubt related to the stress over this stalker situation. Spoiler, the stalker is not a crazy fan, it's the entity, calling from beyond. Heather's nightmare that her husband would be killed by a special effect gone wrong while working on a new Elm Street film, unfortunately comes true. Driving home from the studio, he falls asleep at the wheel. And that's that. Upon viewing her husband's corpse at the morgue, Heather recognizes the calling card of the fictional man from her past. But this is the real world. She's not Nancy Thompson, she's Heather Langenkamp. This is all screwed up. At her husband's funeral, we see the faces of Freddy's past. That's the actor who played Rod. Here's Tuesday Night. There's John Saxon. So on and so forth. This city has been plagued by earthquakes as of late. Gee, I wonder why. Definitely couldn't be the entity doing it. And another one strikes at this most inconvenient time. Heather's son falls into his dad's casket and oh my god, there he is. This isn't a movie, guys. This is real life. Heather rescues her son at the last second, but now it's clear exactly what's happening. And let me just say, falling in between the seams of fabric on the inside of a casket, having that space between the seams lead down to a fully upholstered, infinite well, is masterful stuff. Fear doesn't only come in one flavor. It doesn't always have to be wet, dark, and rusted. Sometimes fear is just the impossible, the unexplainable. What is this space between spaces? Who is this entity trying to pull a young boy down into his lair? This sounds a lot like the story I told you back in part 1 of this series, doesn't it? When I was a kid, I thought there was a woman who lived under my floor and I thought she wanted to open a trap door and take me down to wherever she's from. It's that space between spaces. This is precisely that flavor of fear. But back to business. As the story unfolds, tensions rise. Dylan's close call with the casket is one-upped by his attempt to talk to God at the park.
Are you alright?
God wouldn't take me.
Heather speaks to Wes, she speaks to Robert, she speaks to John. But John Saxon isn't John Saxon. This is Lieutenant Thompson. and he thinks he's speaking to his daughter, Nancy. The entity emerges and literally waits for the green light. Is Heather going to play the role? Is the game on?
I love you too, Daddy.
Fucking fantastic. Holy shit. To keep this relatively contained, I don't want to go play by play on you here. Dylan is trapped in the space between with the entity. Nancy joins her son below and the bell rings.
Fuck you!
The entity puts up a good fight. He's pulling from the bag of tricks of the character he'd been trapped in for a decade, but in the end, the mother and son tag team are too crafty. The entity explodes, as does his demented palace of pain, as Heather and Dylan return to the real world. Wes Craven's script lays beside them on the floor, its final pages mirroring exactly what is happening to the very second we're seeing it. Wow, man, now that is reinvention. I actually can't think of another horror franchise that has been turned this upside down. I guess you could say there's Halloween 3, but even in comparing the two, it's not really close. The sheer amount of inside baseball going on here is unimaginable, especially considering this movie hit theaters in 1994. There were people who had the internet in their homes in the mid-90s, but let me tell you something. That certainly didn't pertain to me, or any of my friends, for that matter. Expecting moviegoers to know who the hell Robert Shea was, or Sarah Risher, these are literally just people who work for New Line Cinema. That's crazy. A fair deal of this film is about censorship. It's about the conversation surrounding violence in fiction. The doctor at the hospital who was looking after Dylan, she questions Heather if she's ever let her son watch her films, as it may have something to do with his fragile mental state. Her name is Dr. Hefner. This is a jab at Richard Hefner, the man who led the Motion Picture Association of America for years. The man who forced Wes Craven to tone down and cut up every movie he'd ever made over concerns of harming those who might see it. Craven himself had stated that evils do exist in the world. They come in many shapes, but by harnessing that sort of thing through art, you're controlling it. You're showing it to people in a way that can't hurt them, allowing them to confront that fear and strip it of its power. Ironically, New Nightmare would be one of the last films Richard Hefner oversaw as the head of the MPAA. Even funnier is Craven's admission that this was probably the least affected and most personal movie of his entire career. He stated in the director's commentary that Dylan, in many ways, was an autobiographical character, and he did not realize this until after the movie was in theaters. Story beats like Dylan's nighttime fear of an extremely specific figure, suddenly losing his father at a very young age, depending on a ridiculously hard-working and loving mother, check, check, check. That's all straight from Wes Craven's real life. It's funny that the only way to bring back the Freddy Krueger that we all initially loved was to allow him to stay dead, to stop drudging up his ragged and decrepit corpse for moviegoers to point and laugh at. And make no mistake, that is exactly what was happening across those last couple sequels. The first time we see Freddy in New Nightmare, it's that Freddy. It's Robert, to be exact, in costume, overacting on a talk show for attention. From who? From children. This is Wes Craven telling you exactly what he thinks about what his creation became. Freddy had become a t-shirt. Freddy had become a toy for children to play with. The real-life Robert Englund stated, in regards to the creative approach of New Nightmare, we knew we had to apologize for Freddy's dead a little bit. And hey, apology accepted. I love that this new killer isn't Freddy Krueger. It's not even human. The entity only looks like Freddy Krueger because it took a liking to how it was being shaped in the real world, which I think is so fucking cool. The entity hits the beats, too. It gets the classic shit in. It knows what's expected of it, and while it puts its own spin on the tried and true moveset, it's still playing for the pops. And this all explains why our guy looks different here too, in the leather pants. He's got a new hat, a new glove, a long Sting trench coat. Freddy Krueger is just an outfit for the entity. This new look is simply updated fashion. And I use Sting as an example there. Hey, he disappeared for a little bit and showed back up in leather pants. I guess all the greats have a leather face, how about it? Let's talk about the glove. The mirror-plated, more curved blades, a fifth blade attached to the thumb, and I mean the fact that it's not a glove at all, but living flesh and bone. This thing rules. Wes Craven remarked from time to time that he had gone back and forth over the years regarding the new look, questioning whether or not it was the right thing to do, but I think it was. We really don't see much of Freddy in New Nightmare, and every second that he is on camera, it matters, which is, that's exactly how Freddy Krueger should be handled. Wes brought a ton of that original Freddy obscurity back, too. We don't see his physical form very often, but the threat of him, the looming shadow of his presence, it's all over the place. The objects in Heather's bedroom, they're swaying back and forth to indicate to you that this is not the waking world. When Heather becomes Nancy, recognize those pajamas? John Saxon's outfit? These are the very same clothes the cast wore from the first film. Wes Craven had the entire wardrobe of that movie stashed away in boxes for some reason, so when they shot these scenes, he knew right where the get-ups would be. How about the set from Heather's Dream, the very first scene in the movie? Fast forward into the entity's lair. Look familiar? There was no avoiding this. This was always going to happen. Wes Craven was not cooking up ideas and writing a movie script. He was translating premonitions, transcribing nightmares into art. I glossed over Dylan's babysitter, Julie, who at one point in the writing process was going to be revealed as the stalker who kept calling Heather, harassing her over the phone. It was going to be a whole she's possessed by the entity too thing, but Wes Craven dropped it. He also dropped his initial idea for himself to be so obsessed with staying awake and writing the script that he'd sliced his own eyelids off to prevent any interruptions. That wouldn't really have fit with the tone of this movie. There's an angle cooking here with Robert Englund. It's insinuated that maybe he was the stalker, but this never went anywhere either. One thing many fans of the franchise have wondered about over the years is what the hell happens to Robert as the story progresses. He's caught in what seems to be a manic state, painting away at a mysterious canvas which turns out to be a portrait of the entity. When Heather calls Robert later, the ominous voicemail message states that he and his family will be gone for a long while. And that's it. Robert is never seen nor heard from again across the remainder of the film. And it has come out over time from the real-life Robert Englund himself that he was supposed to be killed by the entity in this movie. The scripted scene called for Robert Englund in a nightmare to be stuck in this gigantic web. This monstrous spider was going to descend upon him, and we would see a red and green coloring on its abdomen. This was a commentary on how Robert's career was stuck in the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. Now, this whole thing was cut due to cost concerns, but that was the plan. I gotta say, as cool as that sounds, it's too Freddy. As much as I would like to have seen this play out, it would not have worked here. Remember, this is not Freddy Krueger. This isn't the guy who crushed a girl like a cockroach. This isn't the guy who pulled the primetime bitch spot. This isn't the guy who turned into a puppet to torture the kid who had been making puppets. This is a demon far less interested in those kind of elaborate scenarios. Appearing in the clouds over the highway and dangling a child over speeding traffic, playing a cat and mouse game with the child's mother, are you kidding me? That's who the entity is. It's worth noting that Robert Englund has labeled New Nightmare as maybe my favorite in the catalog, which is definitely saying something. And speaking of that word, favorite, that's the exact opposite word that comes to mind for Heather Langenkamp. Not regarding the movie, but regarding the long, serpentine tongue of the entity down in hell. As you might imagine, This was an extremely claustrophobic situation, but god damn does it look cool. And when Dylan stabs through the tongue and it splits like a snake, please. Iconic. I'd like to give Miko Hughes a round of applause for turning in this performance. You know, I don't know if you remember this, but back in the 90s, if there was a kid in a movie, they were usually terrible. But you just had to accept it because, you know, they're a kid. They don't know the difference. They don't know how to turn in a Jack Nicholson or a Susan Sarandon performance. So you give them a break. But you don't have to give that sort of break to Miko Hughes here because he did a great job. He holds his own. And it's a damn good thing that he did, because I think if the Dylan character was bad, I don't know if this movie would have worked. What's really crazy about his performance is that Miko's dad was on set pretty often. And if there was ever a scene that called for the Dylan character to cry, Miko's dad would go over to his son, he would kneel down and he would say, "You gotta really nail this one, buddy. You gotta drive it home because your mommy just died." And that's a true story. That comes from Wes Craven himself. That's what they were doing to this kid. Good lord. Miko perfectly reenacted how I felt having to watch Freddy's Dead. I don't have many complaints surrounding this film. I've already mentioned a few things. But if I have a few more, let's start with the entity's death. I hate it. It's a bad effect. It's just not well done at all. Using miniatures to practically get the explosion effect and the collapse of his palace is excellent, but the death, not good. You might remember how annoyed I was in the history of Halloween, pointing out that Halloween Resurrection used the exact same scream sound effect repeatedly in a very short amount of time.
Internet Emmy.
New Nightmare, unfortunately, falls into this trap as well. It's not a scream, but a sound of something ceramic shattering. Can we stop this? Can we put a moratorium on certain overused sound effects? How many times have you heard this over the years? Or how about this one? I'm tired of it. Record something new. You've got all the money in the world with the size of these movie budgets these days. Fucking figure it out. It's interesting to me that we've got a stalker in this movie using the phone to harass victims before moving in for the kill. Does that sound familiar? Maybe a little something like Scream? And wait a second. Who directed Scream? Oh yeah, that's right. Even the voice is similar.
I touched him. Freddy, that's right. I like that movie. It was scary.
Well, the first one was, but the rest sucked.
And what's the plot of Scream 3, anyway? Also directed by Wes Craven. That's where the stab movies, the movies that are being made in the Scream universe, they're starting to line up almost exactly with the events of the real world, right? And Neve Campbell's character, Sidney Prescott, she has to step onto the set of the stab movies, which mirrors the location where she fought for her real life against the Ghostface killer. Yeah, that's right. Huh. What a coincidence. When Wes Craven started writing New Nightmare, it wasn't called Wes Craven's New Nightmare. It was called A Nightmare on Elm Street 7, The Ascension. And it was actually New Line Cinema who stepped in and said, hey, no 7. No 7. We don't really want to be attached to those last few. And you may remember I was arguing that dropping the 6 and going with Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare, was a bad idea. And that was a bad idea because it was still connected to everything else. You're trying to wrap everything up. Dropping the 7 from New Nightmare is good. It's a good idea because you're not connected to everything else. You have separated yourself from everything else. This is where you drop the numbering system. Think about it. Why would you call it A Nightmare on Elm Street 7 when A Nightmare on Elm Street is just a series of movies? Elm Street is a fictional location. New Nightmare had to be its own thing, and I am so glad that it is. Not only is there absolutely no room for a sequel at the end of New Nightmare, there's a line in the script that speaks perfectly to both the movies and the real world. It's stated that Freddy is now back where he belongs. And he is. That's true. The entity is in hell, and now Heather and everybody else are safe again, but it's not just about the entity. Freddy Krueger is back where he belongs. In a good movie that takes him seriously, that positions him as an icon, a face on the Mount Rushmore of horror. And all it took to give him his legacy back, to rescue him from the garbage can of what he'd become, was to hand the pencil back to the guy who created him in the first place. Wes Craven's New Nightmare reviewed very well. Critics were blown away with the new meta direction of the franchise and the recontextualization of everything that had come before. This was a master at his best, unknowingly kicking off an all-new genre, a whole new era of self-referential horror. Fans, though, weren't so excited. On a budget of $8 million, New Nightmare failed to crack even $20 million at the box office. Financially, the film was a failure. There's no way around it. Historically, though, it was anything but. New Nightmare is an exploration of the medium. It's a study of how all of this crazy violence and high tension, though make-believe, may or may not affect those who produce and consume it. This outing would mark Wes Craven's final involvement with the franchise and characters he created. And holy shit if he didn't leave this series in a better place than it was upon his return. And not to be too sentimental, but I think it goes without saying that the same could be said for this man and the whole world. This man gave us everything we've been talking about across these last 4 videos. He gave us icons. He gave us iconic moments. He tore off a piece of his fear and handed it to us, saying, "Now it's your turn to conquer this. You can do it." Wes Craven passed away in August of 2015 at the age of 76. He's now amongst his creations, existing somewhere in that realm of the intangible. Beyond our reach or comprehension, but close enough that we think and talk about them all the time. Freddy Krueger's there. Other icons like Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees, they're there. We just lost Tony Todd not too long ago. Both Tony and the Candyman, they're there. That's where Wes Craven is, and that's right where he belongs. 1991's Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare, claimed it would be the end of the Springwood Slasher. And when we saw his daughter that never existed until this movie decided she did, despite the fact that we've flashed back to Freddy's past a dozen times and we'd never seen or heard about her before, when she blew Freddy to smithereens with a pipe bomb to create an embarrassingly horrendous 3D effect and the Dream Demon skeleton fish things came out, I think we were all set. This wasn't a situation where we were sad to see an icon go, you know? This was like John Cena leaving his sneakers and wristbands in the ring, in some sense. We all grew up with John Cena. We were hitting the "you can't see me" on our friends. We all eventually got tired of Super Cena destroying every new interesting heel so badly that they fizzled out almost immediately after losing to him. Blah, blah, blah. We loved him, we hated him, but deep down, we always appreciated him. This last run, though, with the atrocious heel turn with Travis Scott and The Rock, which I called immediately, by the way. Oh boy, did I get buried over this video, but watch it again and tell me I was wrong. Go ahead. To the no-reason face turn to losing to Gunther in a match that had no heat and didn't need to happen and didn't really do anything for anyone. This farewell tour was, I'll call it like it is. It was a Nightmare on Elm Street 5 and 6. This was Dream Child and Freddy's Dead level stuff. So, much like John Cena, Freddy riding off into the sunset after the 6th movie, it kind of felt like, you know what? You probably could have gone sooner. I'm sorry this was your last go-round. You deserved better. You gave us too much for you to go out like this. but that's the way it is sometimes. And the promise of Freddy's demise held true, even through 1994 with the release of Wes Craven's New Nightmare. Looking at the poster, it seems like they lied. It seems like Freddy Krueger had indeed returned, but he didn't. As you well know from the last video in this series, this wasn't Freddy Krueger. This was an actual demon taking the shape of a character from a film franchise. The character that this demon's wants and desires had been satiated through, even though fictional. This wasn't our tried and true icon. That guy was still dead, having lost his head inside of his head and the fish ghosts from the dream world, I don't know. Long story short, the Springwood Slasher would remain 6 feet under for nearly 10 years after New Nightmare's release. When Freddy did finally return, he could not do it alone. He needed a little help from another icon. Maybe you've heard of him, Jason Voorhees. Man, oh man. Today we're going all in on 2003's Battle of the Century, Freddy vs. Jason. After that, we set our sights on the 2010 remake of the original Nightmare on Elm Street, which to this day acts as the final appearance of Freddy Krueger. No, I don't count a silly little cameo on a sitcom. You know what I'm talking about. Let's get real here. You know the drill by now, so grab a snack, grab something to sip on, and if you're on YouTube and you don't want to deal with the censorship and all of the VHS filters I have to apply to these videos nowadays just to not get in trouble, you can get the uncensored, unfiltered version over on Patreon. Is it annoying to have to make 2 versions of all of these videos? Yes, it is, but that's what we gotta do these days. And I will note right here at the top, I've already covered Freddy vs. Jason in great detail. Last year, I did the history of Friday the 13th. So you might be wondering, am I just gonna replay that entire video here? And to that I say, not exactly. I will replay most of it here because it tells the story of the film and goes into the production details. I don't want to say the same things here again as if I've never said them to you before, but there is a key component that much of what I said there was coming from a Jason-centric point of view. I did a lot of talking about Friday the 13th's legacy and how Jason had been handled over the decades, how his original home studio, Paramount, approached these talks, this, that, and the other. There's not as much Freddy coverage in there because that was not the main topic last year. So how about this? I will open up here today from a more Freddy and Nightmare stance to set a more appropriate scene. Then I will replay that video and then I'll come back with even more details that weren't there before. I mean, I just read an entire book about rejected Freddy vs. Jason scripts and I can't wait to tell you about some of these, so I think that's a pretty good plan of action. How about you? Is today's video going to be the longest one in this entire series? Hey, it might be. Let's see how it goes. This is the main event, after all. I want to send things out with a bang. Welcome to the history of A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5, Freddy vs. Jason and Reviled Remake. Freddy vs. Jason hit the big screen in 2003, but this wasn't a conversation that started getting kicked around just a few years prior. This Clash of the Titans had been pitched to New Line Cinema dating all the way back to the mid-1980s. By who? By Paramount, the studio in charge of Jason Voorhees and Friday the 13th. Why? Well, why does anything happen in Hollywood? It's about money, of course. All throughout the 80s, Jason Voorhees was doing what he does. He was slaughtering people. Sometimes on Camp Crystal Lake, sometimes in New York. Sometimes he wore his traditional hockey mask, sometimes he looked like this. Or like this. What were they doing? If you're not picking up what I'm putting down, let me say it to you bluntly. The further things went, the more Friday the 13th fell into what was basically a complete fucking mess. Each film's budget was getting bigger while the box office returns were getting smaller. In the film industry, this is commonly referred to as a problem. Seeing the writing on the wall that Jason was losing steam and audiences in general were just moving on to other genres and styles of film, Paramount consistently reached out to New Line. Hey guys, we got Jason. You've got Freddy. These two fighting each other would be huge money. Let's do it. New Line Cinema, for years, mostly ignored these conversations from Paramount regarding the Freddy vs. Jason fight. Why? Because Freddy still had gas in the tank. Freddy was still heating up while Jason was cooling off. They didn't need this fight. But as we've seen by now, that would all change. Freddy cooled off the same way Jason cooled off, to the point that New Line Cinema were ready to let the character go entirely in 1991 with Freddy's Dead. It was right around then that this fight finally looked like it might actually happen. Paramount, watching Jason's box office machete get duller and duller with each subsequent swing, loosened their grip on the character to the point that they were willing to license him out to other studios. Sean Cunningham, Friday the 13th's co-creator and actually a little-known assistant director on the very first Nightmare on Elm Street, he had an in at Paramount in the shape of Mike DeLuca. Mike DeLuca co-wrote Freddy's Dead, so having a key figure from Friday buddying up with a key figure from Nightmare, that certainly did not hurt the negotiations. And it was negotiations, after all, that had been the breaking point all this time. Even when New Line didn't need the Jason fight, even when Freddy Krueger was still hot, they entertained the conversation a time or two. The closest the fight came to being booked was right after Friday the 13th Part 6, Jason Lives, which was back in 1986. These talks fizzled out when neither studio was willing to budge on who would get the box office. So that was that. Jason wound up fighting someone else who was basically a stand-in for Carrie in a movie that I think is a piece of shit. Watch the history of Friday the 13th. I'll tell you all about it. Fast forward to the early 90s, Paramount licenses out Jason to New Line Cinema, and here we go. Freddy vs. Jason. Nope! Wes Craven's New Nightmare is announced, a film that takes every single second of established Nightmare on Elm Street lore, all 6 films, all 10 years of it, and throws it away. All of these stories were just movies. Freddy Krueger isn't even real. I think I already said this in the history of Friday the 13th, so forgive me for repeating myself, but I cannot imagine being Sean Cunningham at this point. You've worked so hard to get this fight made. You have worked so hard to get both of these characters on the same roster. The fight is finally possible, and then they just do something else. You know, imagine if Sting, after all of his years at WCW, and then TNA, he finally signed with WWE. You can do Sting versus The Undertaker, a match everyone had been clamoring for 30 years, and then you just do Sting versus Triple H instead. So, with New Nightmare taking priority over the project that had already been in discussions for like 15 years, what does Jason do? He goes to hell. Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday, was released right before New Nightmare, basically as a way to just keep the character active until Freddy was available again. Seriously, this is how fucked up all this was. And fucked up, oh my god. Jason Goes to Hell is a rotten pile of garbage that barely even has Jason in it. So both movies come out, neither one of them makes good money, and now is finally the time. Right? Freddy versus Jason. Nope! Even when both characters were under the same roof, Sean Cunningham and Mike DeLuca both had equal say on how this movie was going to get made. They both had to come to an absolute agreement for anything to progress. Even with scripts flowing in constantly, it still took over 10 years for something to finally come together. It is worth noting that, yes, Freddy Krueger's glove emerges to pull Jason's burnt and broken mask into the underworld at the end of Jason Goes to Hell, which seems like a reveal that the showdown was right around the corner, but it wasn't. There was nothing to this at all. Jason Goes to Hell's director, Adam Marcus, simply tacked this on at the end because he thought it was cool. Much like the Necronomicon from Evil Dead appearing in the movie. None of this has any bearing on what was to come in any way, shape, or form, which is both irresponsible and just stupid. But if you've seen this movie or you've ever heard him speak about his work, that's clear enough already. And while we're talking about Adam Marcus, why don't we touch on his idea for Freddy vs. Jason? Why not? His movie would have centered around Freddy and Jason being revealed as Hell's assassins. The devil would pitch the two slashers a body count contest, the winner of which could stay on Earth as Hell's, official assassin or something. The movie would have starred Nancy Thompson and Tommy Jarvis, the most well-known heroes from each franchise, and Creighton Duke, this guy from Adam's own movie, Jason Goes to Hell. What would Creighton Duke's role be? Well, he would obviously be the protector of Nancy and Tommy. You know Nancy Thompson, right? She was killed in 1987 back in Dream Warriors, so it doesn't make any sense that she would be here in the mid-90s. But before that, she beat Freddy Krueger all by herself. Tommy Jarvis, 3-0 against Jason Voorhees. Undefeated. Well, he was 2-0 against Jason. He was 1-0 against Roy. Look, either way, long story. Tommy was untouchable. He don't need nobody's help. Creighton Duke is nobody. He's nothing. In his one movie, Jason Goes to Hell, he's completely worthless. And Adam Marcus is going to have this guy protecting Nancy and Tommy? Go fuck yourself. With that, we can move on from any further Adam Marcus conversation, and not a moment too soon. From the early 90s to 2003, when this movie was finally made, it's said that 16 different screenwriters turned in nearly a dozen official, completed Freddy vs. Jason scripts. Where did I get this information from? Why, from Slash of the Titans, The Road to Freddy vs. Jason by Dustin McNeil. I cannot recommend this book enough. Grab a copy on Amazon. You'll love it. That's where I got mine. This is where I learned about the first official script turned in for the big fight. It was titled Nightmare 13, Freddy Meets Jason. This one was penned by Louis Abernathy, a buddy of Sean Cunningham's. The story centered around a cult of Freddy Krueger fanatics looking to resurrect the Springwood Slasher. To do this, they would need to impregnate a virgin. The virgin abducted in this script was a 13-year-old girl with special needs, that's... Jesus Christ, man. Members of this cult are killing people, including the boyfriend of our main girl. Now, our main girl and her friends take the dead boyfriend's heart and they use it to resurrect Jason to battle the cult and stop Freddy Krueger. Jason in this movie actually listens to our main heroine's plan. He shakes her hand and he fights on the good guy's behalf. In the end, Jason stomps on Freddy's skull, splattering it all over the ground. And there's a secondary villain that Jason shoves a shotgun so far up his ass you can see it in his mouth. Jason then pulls the trigger, resulting in a beautiful fucking bloodbath. At the end, police blow Jason away, and as he falls down, he reaches into his chest cavity, pulls out the heart that he borrowed from the main girl's boyfriend, and he gives it back to her as he dies, which is just out of control. I kind of like it a little bit. But then at the end, the main girl answers the phone and Freddy's tongue comes out of it, so cliffhanger alert. And that's just the first script that came in. In 2000, David Bergantino, the guy who recently wrote Dying Light, The Beast, he pitched a video game called Freddy vs. Jason Hell Unbound. This game would let you play as either Freddy or Jason in a competition to kill as many people as possible. Sony's PlayStation and Sega's Dreamcast were looked at as the home consoles of choice, with an arcade release coming first. This also never saw the light of day, sadly. Hell, I would play this right now. Can we get this going? Anybody? Back to movies and back to the 90s. A good portion of these scripts focused the fight on revenge. Now, revenge for what? Well, it turns out Jason did not just drown as a boy on the campground. He was actually and murdered by a camp counselor, and that camp counselor's name was Fred Krueger. I don't know if I'm alone in this, but I don't particularly care for this idea at all, and I am overjoyed that it did not make its way into the final product. In 1994, a script came through that many have heard about. This one came from Brandon Braga and Ronald Moore. This one was titled Jason vs. Freddy, and this is the one which featured the trial of Jason Voorhees. Maybe you've heard of this concept. I know I had heard this in passing over the years. What you may not know is that this was not the Jason from the movies. It was the real Jason Voorhees, the man that inspired the Friday the 13th franchise. Yeah, Jason vs. Freddy uses the Freddy Krueger from the movies, but it knew Nightmare's Jason into a real person who had been portrayed by actors in fictional films. You following me? Figure all that out. And I'll hit you with one more unused script before we buckle down and talk about the real deal. In 1998, King of the Hill writers Glenn Berger and Jonathan Abel put together a plot which revealed the story behind Jason's fucked up eye. The audience actually gets to see what Jason sees through this eye. And what does he see? He sees Freddy Krueger. Yes, Jason had been fighting for revenge against Freddy Krueger his entire life. Every victim that has fallen by Jason's blade, he thought they were Freddy. He just thought Freddy kept popping back up, so he had to keep cutting him back down. Why is he searching for revenge? Flashback to that angle I mentioned earlier where adult Freddy did what he did to little boy Jason. Yes, this script used that idea too. This movie did add something original though, which is that the final girl would take control of her dream and she would manifest all of her anger and all of her rage into Jason, who would transform into like this 25-foot tall hulking behemoth. He would impale Freddy, he would pull him close, and he would actually say, "Freddy's dead," before a lightning strike blew them both away. So many ideas, so many writers, so many scripts, so many rejections. For a fight as big as this, I guess I understand wanting to find the right team and the right story. And while the wait was extremely long, I gotta say, I'm really glad a number of these previously proposed concepts were thrown in the garbage. I feel like now is a good time to insert my previous coverage of Freddy vs. Jason, and then we will reconvene when the smoke clears. How's that sound? I feel like I've been talking about how Freddy vs. Jason wasn't happening for like 6 months at this point, so it's a relief to finally be getting to the meat of the matter, to finally be able to talk about the actual production, you know? I can't imagine how this felt for Sean Cunningham, Jason's co-creator, who brought the rights of his series to New Line to, oh wait, what? After all this time, the guy who gave the go-ahead for Jason Goes to Hell and Jason X didn't have anything to do with Freddy vs. Jason? That's hilarious. Sean Cunningham acted as a producer in name only, according to writers Damian Shannon and Mark Swift. How about it? Cunningham would even tell Crystal Lake Memories author Peter M. Brack that he believes the Freddy vs. Jason director, Ronnie Yu, had no idea how to direct for story, which is very, very rich coming from him. But let's not waste any more time on Cunningham. Let's talk about the genesis of Freddy vs. Jason. The aforementioned Damian Shannon and Mark Swift were the men eventually hired to pen this script, but this thing was passed around for years and years. Damian Shannon and Mark Swift got the gig, and I can't really point to what they'd done prior, as this is the first Hollywood credit on either guy's resume. It should be noted, however, that their script was timed by New Line Cinema, and it came in way too long. We're talking about 2.5 hours. I don't know about you, but I don't need a movie like this to be 2.5 hours long. Have you guys seen Terrifier 2? Because I have. Listen, I love that director. I love what he's doing with that franchise and completely blowing away all box office expectations for an independent film. Hopefully that makes a huge change in the industry, but Terrifier 2 is 2.5 hours long. And it's way too long. As of the time that I'm recording this, I haven't seen Terrifier 3 yet, but from what I've read, it's just about the same length, which is very disappointing. Terrifier 2's biggest problem is that it's too fucking long. There's too much happening in that movie, and I think it was in desperate need of being pared down. Luckily, that's exactly what happened to Freddy vs. Jason. David Goyer, though he's not credited for doing so, penned a rewrite of the Shannon Swift script. He cut this thing down from 2.5 hours to about 90 minutes. And what we get as a result is a boom, 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 boom movie. This shit never slows down. Parts of it feel rushed and shoehorned in as a result, like Freddy Krueger literally explaining the plot to the audience as to avoid any confusion, but hey, it is what it is.
Not strong enough yet. Well, I will be soon enough. I'll let Jason have some fun.
Before we go any further on production details, though, I would like to tell the story of this movie. Are you ready? We've been building to this for 6 months here on this channel. In Hollywood, it took 15 years. Strap in. What happens when a good-looking woman gets naked at Camp Crystal Lake? She gets stalked and killed by Jason Voorhees. But when her corpse reanimates into the form of another victim, it becomes clear that something is off. The arrival of the long-dead Pamela Voorhees adds to our skepticism, but in short order, the man pulling the strings is revealed. The puppet master who awakens Jason Voorhees from a decade-long slumber is none other than Freddy Krueger. After years and years of terrorizing Elm Street, the Springwood Slasher's crimes were covered up, completely redacted, left behind, and purposely erased from memory. With his influence dissipated, Freddy's powers were stripped away. Krueger didn't infiltrate the dreams of Jason Voorhees to entertain himself. He sent the Crystal Lake Killer to Elm Street to reignite the conversation around himself. That's brilliant. Elm Street is full of attractive, party-going teenagers, and in short order, Jason Voorhees gets back to work. The word of these grisly murders spreads throughout the school, and when a police officer mentions Freddy Krueger by name, what do they say? You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube? Freddy regains his powers, and when he's ready to get back to business, Jason swoops in and steals his prey.
She's mine! Mine!
Before he can get back to spilling the blood of the innocent, Freddy's gonna have to get Jason out of the picture. And what better way to do that than to drag him into the dream world?
We gotta go! Let me handle this, bitch. Come to Freddy.
In this realm, Freddy is in control. Jason butchers him in the opening seconds of the showdown, but Freddy's just working him. This, right here, is what we call a beatdown. Jason is brutalized like never before. He just gets his ass kicked. And Freddy's loving every second of it. But even here, in a place where he doesn't belong, Jason is no slouch. By pure chance, Freddy discovers Jason's one true weakness, his fear of water. Now, is this a convenient plot device inconsistent with prior films in the Friday the 13th franchise? Sure, but it works. I'll take, hey, he's actually afraid of water, over, hey, he actually can't be killed unless his relatives we just created out of thin air are the ones to kill him with the Evil Dead knife. You know what I mean? Rendered down to a useless, crying, pathetic child, Freddy Krueger presses into Jason's subconscious, exploring the depths of his depravity. While all of this is going on, our main characters, who I'm pretty much completely ignoring because who really cares, are transporting the unconscious Jason Voorhees back to Crystal Lake. The plan is to wake him up on his own turf. Laurie will act as bait and pull Freddy into the real world where the final battle can commence. And guess what? This works. Man, these characters are geniuses. The second round takes place on Jason's stomping grounds, and Freddy's face when he realizes what's happened is priceless. With the playing field now leveled, Jason whoops Freddy's ass like Freddy owes him money. Well, at first, even without the power to manipulate his surroundings, this is still Freddy Krueger we're talking about. He's smarter than Jason, he's faster than Jason, and he turns the tables in a big way. This is, without a doubt, the most violent and insane fight I've ever seen in any movie. When Freddy jams his blades into Jason's eyes, I thought it was over. The music alone, I was like, oh my god, this is it. Freddy beat Jason. And that's when our heroes light the battleground on fire. Jason plunges his hand straight into Freddy's guts. He rips his fucking arm off. Freddy stabs the machete straight into Jason's heart and boom! It's over, right? Wrong. Freddy aims to kill Laurie and Will when Jason impales Freddy with his own fucking arm before sinking into the depths of Crystal Lake. Laurie chops Freddy's head clean off. Our heroes escape, and sometime later, Jason emerges from the abyss with Freddy Krueger's severed head in his hand. With a wink, we fade to black. Holy shit. Holy shit. I love this movie. Absolutely love it. Is some of the acting bad? Yes. Do I wish that the first fight would have taken place a little before the 1 hour and 5 minute mark? Possibly. But other than that, I don't know if I have any complaints. We wanted to see these guys go to war, and they fucking did. Several times, knock down, drag out, gruesome, awful, gory, violent fights. Director Ronnie Yu was asked by the crew how much fake blood did he need? Did he need buckets? Did he need gallons? His response was gasoline barrels. 24 of them. And he was not joking. Now, I skipped practically all of the storyline details on the teenagers, and maybe that's selling them a bit short because they are kind of entertaining, they are funny, they're all good looking, but if you really want to focus on that, just watch the fucking movie. I wanted to dial it in on the Clash of the Titans. You know what though? We should focus on the solo work each killer did before the clash. Freddy's murder of Mark Davis is fantastic, and this is Freddy's only kill throughout the entire picture. And before you Freddy fans complain, this is a plot point. Jason is stealing the spotlight. If Freddy got 25 kills of his own, he'd have no reason to get Jason out of the picture. You get that, right?
Pass on a little message for me, will you?
I feel like we should address the fact that for the first time in 15 years, Jason Voorhees is not being played by Kane Hodder. Under the mask this time is stuntman Ken Kersinger, who we've actually already seen in the series. There he is. And he's not just the diner guy. Ken actually suited up as Jason for like 10 seconds. These were scenes that the director didn't want Kane Hodder doing for a number of reasons. Kane was extremely dejected after not being offered the role for a 5th time, and the call to go with someone else came from producer Stokely Chaffin. According to Crystal Lake Memories, Stokely wanted somebody who wasn't a total robot, and she apparently found Hodder's body language in his previous films cartoony. I've shared my opinion on Kane Hodder's work as Jason. I'm not into the constant heaving breaths and the never-ending fists and flexing. Ken Kirsinger's take on Jason is very different. Director Ronnie Yu had this idea that Jason is slow. Very slow in his approach. Until it's time to strike. And at that moment, he's got the speed of a rattlesnake. Before I go any further, I do have to address something. There is a long-standing rumor that WWE legend Rey Mysterio appears in this movie. And that rumor is not true. At all. Here, right here, when Freddy flies out of Crystal Lake. For 20 years, people have been claiming this is Rey Mysterio. Why? I guess just because this stunt kind of resembles his entrance to the ring. Now, not only is this stuntman's body not even close to being the same dimensions as Rey's, but you can just look in the credits. This guy's name is Doug Chapman, so now you know. If you've ever participated in spreading that rumor, first of all, you should have looked into it for yourself. It's easy to do. And secondly, stop spreading this around. It's not true. It was never true. Anytime you're looking at a versus movie, you know what the main question is going to be. You're probably asking the question yourself. Who's gonna win? Now, most of the time, there's some sort of draw scenario cooked up where nobody has to take the L, but not all the time. Recently, we saw this in Godzilla vs. Kong. There are 3 fights in that movie. Godzilla cleanly wins 2 of them. The third of which ends with Godzilla looking down at Kong, a free and clear kill shot right there for him, and he doesn't take it. But he gives Kong a look of, you know what happened here. When it comes to Freddy and Jason, the conversation has gone back and forth. Freddy's fans feel like he wins because he winks at the camera. Jason's fans say there's no way Freddy won. Jason's up and walking around, carrying Freddy's head. I think it can be argued that nobody wins, if you want to go that route, but for me, it's pretty clear. I like both guys, and when it comes down to it, I would take Michael Myers over either of them, so I'm not playing favorites in saying Jason wins. Freddy's fucking head was cut off. And even without Laurie decapitating Freddy, Jason landed the final blow. He took Freddy out with his own arm. I gotta give it to Jason Voorhees. What's really funny is that there was an idea to shoot 2 endings. One where Freddy wins and one where Jason wins. And you would buy your ticket not knowing which ending you were going to see. For whatever reason, New Line decided against this, which I think is beyond stupid. People 100% would have gone to the movies again to try and catch the other ending. Are you kidding me? It's widely known that Pinhead from the Hellraiser franchise was once considered for an appearance at the end of this movie, acting as something of a referee, but this was never really going to happen. It couldn't. New Line didn't have any rights to that character at all. A final round taking place in hell in front of Satan was even written at one point. There's concept art of it. But it was deemed that the set would have been too expensive to build, and a CGI alternative would have looked like shit, so this idea was also dropped. There is one alternate ending that you can find on your DVD or Blu-ray, where Laurie and Will are getting down to business, and Will is revealed to be Freddy in disguise. This was even shown to test audiences who unanimously hated it, so it was scrapped. Good call, in my opinion. This doesn't work for me. I appreciate the complete avoidance of CGI for things that they felt wouldn't work. Even several spots where CGI was used, like Jason being pinballed back and forth in the dream world, that wasn't the original intention. They shot an actual man on wires getting slammed into all of that pipe work, but Ronnie Yu didn't like the way that it looked, so they went with the CGI. 99% of the blood here is practical. Like I said earlier, barrels and barrels were on set at any given time, and I think it was all used in the shoot. What Ronnie Yu did like was wire work, and this is where his Hong Kong martial arts influence shined the brightest. When you see these slashers getting thrown into the water, that's a wire stunt. Jason being propelled by the flying tanks, wire work. That's a real guy. And if we're in the effects section now, I have to put over Freddy's appearance. Across the last several Nightmare films, not including New Nightmare, Freddy looked like shit. He wasn't burnt and scary anymore. He looked like a baby with pink bubblegum all over his head. The burns here are a deep crimson. It looks painful. When he flies out of the water and transforms into what I like to call Red Devil Freddy, get the fuck out of here. This is one of his all-time great looks. Jason is dressed pretty much like Frankenstein's monster in this film, and his blackened, rotting skin is meant to look decayed, as if the blood in his body has set and begun to deteriorate. I feel like I can smell this Jason. Ew. This movie came out when I was 12, going on 13 years old. That year, my buddy Bathroom Money Tim Ewers and I, our Freddy and Jason fandom was at an all-time high. We dressed up as the characters for Halloween that year, and in our free time, we would play Freddy vs. Jason. I'm not kidding. We would put the costumes on and go in the backyard and basically have Freddy vs. Jason wrestling matches. Now, to be clear, we were not performing for anyone. This was 100% for our own entertainment. We would be covered from head to toe in fake blood. Fake blood that we would get by the bottle at Party City. This was a practice that my dad was not a fan of, and I can still hear him in the back of my mind going, "Don't be coming in the house with that bullshit all over you." We would have to stand out there and hose each other down before we came in. I'm not kidding. It was insane. Freddy vs. Jason released on August 15th, 2003. On a budget of $30 million, the film would gross over $116 million worldwide, making it not only the highest grossing Nightmare on Elm Street movie ever made up to this point, but the highest grossing Friday the 13th film ever made, full stop. New Line pulled it all out in the marketing, even hosting a boxing-style weigh-in and press conference. Ronnie Yu saw this movie as, and I quote, Godzilla vs. King Kong plus Aliens plus WWF. And I'll be goddamned if he didn't bring that exact sort of vision to life. 21 years have elapsed since the release of Freddy vs. Jason, and to this day, this was the final performance of Robert Englund as Freddy Krueger. It's perfect, in a way, as Englund himself said that he sees this film as a fitting send-off for both of these characters, as well as the prior 20 years of horror. I can't say I disagree, and I think it's awesome that this was his Freddy Krueger swan song. Freddy vs. Jason was 15 years in the making, and in my mind, it lived up to and exceeded the hype. There you have it, Freddy vs. Jason. Now, in the time since I made that video, has my opinion changed at all? Maybe a little bit. Writers Shannon and Swift say that Jason won the fight, but the war continues. Director Ronnie Yu says that Freddy wins. I don't know how he wins, but that's what the director gets out of this whole thing. Looking at it now, coming off watching all of the Nightmare movies, I can see more of the dreamscape. Clearly, it's not the real world. The lake looks completely different, so, you know. Jason is probably dead at the bottom of the lake, but he's not dead, so that's how he's able to dream in the first place. So really, take your pick. It doesn't matter who won the fight because at the end of the day, most importantly, the movie rules. And going by what we talked about earlier, we know this could have gone so poorly. Across the other scripts, all of those unused scripts, the Slash of the Titans book actually tallies up all of the results. Against Jason Voorhees, Freddy walked away with a total win-loss-draw record of 3, 5, and 3. I think it's fair to say that many of the writers approached the film with Freddy as the heel, Jason as the reluctant but necessary babyface, the protector of many of the human leads, in a way. Being that you oftentimes want to send the audience home happy, the good guys tend to pick up the W more often than the bad guys. Think about something like Infinity War. Thanos winning at the end of that movie, for anybody who didn't know that this was necessary for the rest of that story to unfold, this was shocking. What do you mean the bad guy won? What do you mean half of the entire world's population is dead because of him? That's not a common result. Now, are there Freddy-centric details I did not really touch on before? Sure. I didn't mention that director Ronnie Yu initially envisioned the Springwood Slasher fighting with predominantly martial arts techniques. And this was something that Robert Englund had to push back on. Ronnie seriously pictured Freddy hitting the Anthony Pettis-style Showtime kick on Jason. That sort of thing. I am so glad Robert was there to talk sense into him and make the proper adjustments, because that would not have worked. Freddy doesn't even fight like that in Mortal Kombat, for Christ's sake. And one of the biggest pieces of the puzzle here, again, not counting the silly sitcom cameo, this marks Robert Englund's final performance as the character he's most well known for. Without Robert, I think it's fair to say that A Nightmare on Elm Street never reaches its greatest heights. I would go as far as to say it doesn't even come close. In response to Freddy vs. Jason being his final bow, Englund stated the following to Dustin McNeil. Had Freddy vs. Jason not been the monster hit that it was, I might have wanted to come back one more time. But as it stands, I'm glad to have gone out with a home run. And you know what? He did go out with a home run. Freddy vs. Jason washes away the bad taste of Freddy's Dead. Freddy vs. Jason takes that horrendous abomination of a film, that abomination which closed the original Nightmare on Elm Street timeline, and turns it into just one of its many chapters. I mentioned Sting earlier in this series. Let's bring him up one more time for a proper comparison. For nearly 5 years, it looked like the final showing of Sting's career was going to be a match in which he suffered a terrible injury, literally collapsing in the ring, unable to feel his limbs. This was a serious situation. Sting's shocking AEW run, which lasted 29 matches across a 4-year span, this was his Freddy vs. Jason, going out on top like a true icon should. Any legendary character should consider themselves lucky to go out like these two. Robert Englund, thank you. You'll never see this, but thank you nonetheless. One of the best to ever do it, without a doubt. Robert Englund rode off into the sunset after this titanic showdown. He said that this felt like the perfect way to cap off both these characters and an entire generation of horror, and I have to agree with him. But even though Robert rode off into the sunset, Freddy Krueger did not. You know how these things go. Freddy vs. Jason drew more money than any Freddy or Jason movie ever had, and that's by a wide margin. So the studios look at those numbers and they go, I mean, if these guys are going to make money... If we're just being honest with ourselves, Freddy vs. Jason 2 probably would have made another nice chunk of change. It wouldn't have been as good as the original. It probably would have felt more like a cash-in than a, wow, I can't believe it's finally here. But we don't have to worry about that, as Freddy vs. Jason 2 never happened, despite the cliffhanger ending. A new Nightmare on Elm Street film wouldn't make its way to theaters for 7 years following the release of the iconic showdown, but that's not to say Krueger himself wasn't staying busy. I haven't touched at all on the many comic books of the Springwood Slasher, the first of which, believe it or not, was published by Marvel all the way back in 1989. In 2006, Wildstorm began an official Nightmare on Elm Street book, which would run for 8 issues. Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash, the triple threat match of your worst nightmares, released in 2007. This was a direct sequel to the 2003 film, and yes, this was an adaptation of the treatment written by New Line's Jeff Katz. He wanted this to be a movie, but for myriad reasons, it never came close to going into production. If you're interested in this story and who wins this triple threat match, I covered this comic in great detail on my show Scream Sequence. Check it out if you so desire. A series of 5 novels released between 2005 and 2006, none of which I'm really going to dive into here today. To be honest with you, I don't know a goddamn thing about these books. I had never heard of them until just now, and I'm not particularly concerned with whatever may or may not be going on in these stories. I'm simply bringing these up to send the message home that New Line Cinema was allowing the Freddy Krueger and A Nightmare on Elm Street names to be used out in the wild. They just weren't doing it themselves. All of this brings us to 2008, when Michael Bay's production company, Platinum Dunes, struck a deal with New Line Cinema to co-produce a brand new Nightmare on Elm Street movie. And by brand new, I mean the timeline would be brand new. 26 years after the release of the original, it was finally time. This was the big reset. Freddy Krueger was far from the first horror icon Platinum Dunes gave the reboot treatment to. In 2003, it was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I also covered this film on Scream Sequence. Give that a watch. In 2009, it was Jason's turn with Friday the 13th. These 2 movies alone made for a combined box office haul of just about $200 million. So maybe you can imagine why New Line eventually gave the go-ahead to Bay and his boys to give Freddy a Platinum Dunes remake, right? This was easy money. We had already seen what A Nightmare on Elm Street looks like without Wes Craven. It can be anything from silly to stupid to downright atrocious. What we had not seen up to this point was what this franchise looks like without Robert Englund wearing the razor glove and brown fedora. Stepping into the shoes of the bastard son of 100 maniacs would be Jackie Earle Haley, fresh off his performance as Rorschach in Watchmen. You may recall in part 1 of this series that Jackie actually accompanied Johnny Depp to his audition for Glenn in the 1984 original Nightmare, kind of bringing this whole thing full circle for him. Is Jackie's Freddy anything like Robert's? No, not really, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. First, I'd like to talk about this film's director, a man by the name of Samuel Bayer. Known predominantly for his work in directing music videos, Samuel had never directed a feature film before this opportunity came along, nor has he directed another feature film in the 15 years since this one released. It's almost like it's not something he really had any interest in doing. And if you're wondering about which music videos Samuel has directed, here's a quick sample.
Mama, I'm coming home.
You've probably heard 1 or 2 of those songs, right? Yeah, Samuel Bayer is the real deal in his line of work. There's no doubt about it. Just looking at the Nightmare on Elm Street remake, Jesus Christ, it looks like a music video more often than it doesn't. This was a weird time, man. Platinum Dunes were so attracted to music video directors steering their films. Marcus Nispel was a music video guy. He directed the remakes of Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Friday the 13th. There was a vision here, clearly, a plan to, no matter what, deliver a movie that looked stylish, a movie that was slick, and more than anything, a movie that looked like something that young people were already accustomed to watching. You probably know, before I even get into this movie in any real detail, that its reputation is not the greatest. There are those who would rather sit through even the worst Nightmare sequels before they're willing to press play on this remake. Is that because this movie is completely unnecessary? That might play a part in it. Is it because everybody, from director Samuel Bayard to screenwriter Wesley Strick, from star Rooney Mara to producer Brad Fuller, nobody seemed to really get it at all? That might also play a part in it. This 2010 remake being unanimously rejected by fans and critics alike probably has something to do with it not feeling like a Nightmare on Elm Street. Freddy Krueger doesn't feel like Freddy Krueger. He's just a monster with a freaky voice, killing people, going out of his way to come off as edgy and scary as he possibly can, which doesn't work. At no point did Robert Englund ever feel like he was trying to be scary. He just was. You never knew what the hell his Freddy was going to do next. You never knew what he was going to say next. Jackie's Freddy Krueger taunts his victims with threats of incoming torture. His kills are hands-on gore fests. Yeah, you can ram your entire arm through somebody's chest cavity. That's cool, but that's not really Freddy Krueger. Freddy Krueger likes to puppeteer a bedsheet, snaking itself around your neck to make you look like you took your own life. Freddy Krueger likes to take the shape of your bathroom appliances in a situation that, once again, forces you to harm yourself. Robert's Freddy, a lot of the time, was hands-off. He made you the fool. He forced his victims to take the fall, to rob them of their agency, to strip them of their dignity. Jackie's Freddy does this one time, in the opening scene, which is maybe the most entertaining part of the picture. And it's not just Krueger that's the problem, but the other chills as well. This remake recreates the glove in the bathtub to no pop. The body bag in the hallway, rather than Tina speaking to Nancy as if nothing is wrong while she's soaked in her own blood inside a body bag, this character screams a wretched tone while even more blood pours from her every orifice. What does this accomplish? More blood and a creepy yell? She's already dead. She's already zipped up in a body bag full of her own blood. In the original, the character is standing there having a conversation with her friend, seemingly unaware of the fact that she's passed away and she's already zipped up. That's what makes it creepy. That's what makes it feel like a nightmare. None of it adds up. Think about Tim Curry's Pennywise and Bill Skarsgård's Pennywise. Tim Curry's Pennywise acts like a clown. He's loud, he's obnoxious, he's a jokester, he's a clown. The fact that he's also an otherworldly being beyond our realm of comprehension is just icing on the cake. Bill Skarsgård's Pennywise is, at first glance, trying to scare you. The color has been stripped out of the outfit. The makeup is now much more threatening. I mean, for fuck's sake, the lines under the eyes are now the exact same shape as the markings on a cheetah, a ferociously deadly predator. Tim Curry is a clown who's a little off. You wouldn't want to be caught in a room with this guy alone. Bill Skarsgård is clearly going to stab you to death and play with your blood. It's a different feel, a different vibe, and it's exactly what we have going on with Freddy here. What we will do now is trek through the story of A Nightmare on Elm Street, the 2010 remake, obviously. And being that this is a remake, there's not that much to say here. There's not that much new going on. And what is new isn't really any good. We open in the Springwood Diner. Dean, this tall drink of water, is clearly having a hard time.
You're not real! I am now.
So boom, we're moving. From here, it's kind of the same old thing. Many of the characters are pretty much the same, though their names and roles have been changed. This isn't Tina, it's Chris. This isn't Rod, it's Jesse. They're not dating, they're exes. Tina/Chris still gets killed the same way in front of Rod/Jesse. Rod/Jesse still gets arrested for it, but he doesn't get Epsteined, aka fake suicided in his jail cell. He gets full-on impaled in the dream realm, which is far less creative and just run-of-the-mill slasher stuff. Not really up to Freddy's standards, you know? If you're sensing less creativity and more beat you over the head with everything about this remake, yes, you're 100% spot on. There is nothing that this movie lets you even think about for half a second before spelling it out for you immediately. With those other characters out of the way, Nancy and Quentin become our leads. Nancy is played by Rooney Mara, and she might be the dullest, most boring lead character in a horror movie I've ever seen. She shows zero emotion. Ever. Not even when she comes face to face with Freddy.
Little Nancy.
I set an alarm.
Quentin, played by Kyle Gallner, isn't far off. I guess this was just the 2010 feel or something. Everyone's mumbling and just boring. This remake is the first and only time that Freddy Krueger is quite literally depicted as a child. It had been alluded to in the past. You could read between the lines that maybe he got into that sort of thing, but in this one, Nancy and Quentin literally find photographs Freddy had taken of Nancy when she was in kindergarten. You can probably imagine the type of photos I'm talking about. And not only that, but everything Freddy says to Nancy is,
"You're my number one. This dress. Your mouth says no, but your body says yeah."
Yeah. Again, they're beating you over the head with it. In the end, Nancy pulls Freddy into the real world. She chops his hand off and slits his throat with the broken off slicer of a paper cutter. And that's that. Well, actually, that's not that. The got your mom swerve ski is pulled again here. This time much nastier. That's a cool effect. And that is that. Is this remake as bad as people say it is? I guess that depends on who's saying it and why they're saying it's bad. If you're asking me, I'll tell you, I don't like this movie at all. I would go as far as to say that of all the remakes the icons have gotten, whether it's Leatherface, Michael, Jason, this one's probably the worst. Actually, you know what? Chucky got a remake too, and that movie is garbage. But either way, the Nightmare on Elm Street remake just doesn't get it. It's boring. It lacks the charm, the wit, the creativity. It lacks everything of the original. It's got more violence. It's more gory. That's fine. But I was never really coming to A Nightmare on Elm Street for violence and gore. If I want that, I'm going to watch some of the Romero zombie movies. I'm going to watch Saw. I'm going to watch Terrifier. I want to talk about the look of our main man here. Freddy's face in this remake was designed specifically to look like, and I quote, an actual burn victim. The producers repeatedly stress in the making of that they wanted him to look like a monster, and I don't know, man. I'm not really down with this feeling that somebody who has been burned is horrifying. They're scary by default. You know, you don't want to be around them. When I think of burn victims, I think of images I've seen of people who have suffered a terrible accident, a life-changing scenario, and they're doing the best they can to just keep pushing forward with this terrible hand they were dealt. I've known people who have burn scars, and maybe it's just me getting older and more sensitive, but I do genuinely get a feeling that the designers here missed the mark. It sends the message that somebody with burn scars is inherently scary, and I don't like that. Robert's Freddy was always stylized. His appearance was always heightened. I never looked at him and thought, oh, he got caught in a house fire. I looked at him and thought, yo, that's fucking Freddy Krueger. What do you guys think about this? Do you see what I mean, or do you not care? Let me know. I'm interested. There is something to be said about the fact that producer Brad Fuller, in that same behind-the-scenes featurette, he says some shit like, well, you know fans are gonna hate it because it's not their Freddy Krueger, so we just have to commit and jump off the cliff. If you know fans aren't going to like it, what are you even doing it for? He says other shit too, like we had to make the franchise our own. Brother, you're redoing shots from a movie that came out in 1984. Make it your own? How? One of the other co-producers was talking about like, oh, you never saw in the other Nightmare films why Freddy was going after the kids. So we really explore that here. Have you not seen a single Nightmare on Elm Street movie? What do you mean we don't know why he's doing it? When it comes down to it, I maintain that this movie never should have been made. If I'm gonna go out of my way to try and find positive things to say, I guess I can put over Jackie Earle Haley as a creepy killer. Not as Freddy Krueger. I don't like this whole thing for Freddy Krueger at all, but if Jackie were playing an original character in an original movie and he was this brutal and weird, that might be kind of an interesting film. Even some of the dialogue here, like,
"Oh God, no. Just me."
That's not bad. The nail in the coffin of this movie is that it's called A Nightmare on Elm Street, man. And I guess some of these sets are cool. I like the Silent Hill-esque transforming classroom with the burnt walls and the flooded floors. I hate that they use CGI for the head through the wall spot. And look, I'm out. I'm out of positive things to say. I don't have to do this. I don't have to bend over backwards to look for compliments on this thing. It sucks. It completely missed the point. It doesn't get it. It didn't even get a sequel, so it started over the whole franchise for what? For a one-time box office pop? And it did pop a number, sure, drawing $117 million on a $35 million budget, but so what? It was a one and done. Wes Craven, who was still alive at this time, was not contacted or consulted even once regarding this remake. Robert Englund put it over, but, he's a pro. He's not going to come out and say that somebody's art sucks because he's too positive of a guy for that, and good for him. I don't think there's a single soul out there who, when A Nightmare on Elm Street comes up in conversation, this is where their mind goes. And that's an interesting way to draw this to a close, isn't it? Where does your mind go when you think of A Nightmare on Elm Street? I'm somebody who dreams very vividly, every single night. More often than not, I can remember my dreams after I wake up. Many of my dreams are nightmares, unfortunately for me, but what can you do? I have a recurring nightmare of getting caught in a mass shooting. That one's not fun. Maybe I'm showing my age here, but I just had a nightmare 2 days ago that my neighbors upstairs left their water running and it was leaking through my ceiling. Now that's a problem. When I think of A Nightmare on Elm Street, I think of Freddy Krueger, obviously. I think of what Freddy represents. He's the spider toying with you while you're stuck in his web. He's the ground you're careening toward after losing your balance at the edge of a cliff. Freddy Krueger is the embodiment of childhood fears because he was unavoidable. He was inevitable. Chucky? I'll kick his ass through the uprights for 3 points. Michael and Jason? You can't catch me in a car, bitch. Ghostface? Can't fight. I'll double leg his dumb ass and put him to sleep. But Freddy Krueger, speaking of sleep, I need it. I'm old. I'm tired. I'm fucked. A Nightmare on Elm Street was a looming danger, the sword of Damocles, forever hanging overhead, sure to fall someday and cut my run short. This franchise gave us something none of the other icons could. It forced us to confront our fears. And in doing so, we learned, trial by fire, that we got this. We can handle this. We walk into Freddy's domain every night. And every morning, we wake up feeling like, shit, he can't get me. From Wes Craven to Robert Englund, from Heather Langenkamp to John Saxon, Patricia Arquette, and everyone in between, I'm grateful for A Nightmare on Elm Street. In the past, I've shown photos of myself dressed as Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees for Halloween. Well, here's me as Jason and Bathroom Money Tim Ewers as Freddy Krueger. This was probably 2002. This was the era where we would dress up and play Freddy vs. Jason, basically having wrestling matches in costume in the backyard, calling spots and getting stabbed, sliced, and diced, coating ourselves in bottles and bottles of fake blood. These are days I'll never forget, man. And that just goes to show. Sometimes nightmares aren't so bad. Thank you for watching.